starting in row 8, but plans to finish at his old Tennessee home.
Yeah, time for Bristol.
Man, there was definitely an art once upon a time. Everybody grows up on short tracks. For me, like, Bristol was always one of my favorite places to go to. A lot of guys can't wait to get to the 1.5 and the 2-mile speedways because that's where NASCAR lived. For me, that short track atmosphere with racing late models and being around tight quarters, close quarters action all day long is always a fun part, and being able to pick up the competition and put them down, you know, go where they ain't. That's what makes your bread and butter. Can't tell you how many times it was disheartening on Fridays to qualify in the 30s.
The only thing he can do is kind of beat up himself a little bit.
But yet then on Sundays be able to race up through the field and get to the front and end up finishing where you wanted to finish.
Here they're going to drag race to the finish line. Kyle Busch in the 5.
Some of my favorite Bristol moments was qualifying poorly, qualifying in the 30s.
Kyle Busch is drove away from the stop Kyle Busch.
The first Bristol sweep, that was like a finally moment.
Kyle Busch drives into the record books.
There's something about the Busch name and Bristol.
In the same weekend that it just never came through for all of those races to finish first.
Hang on, it's double audio. There we go.
Never been done before, not sure it'll ever be done again, and so
Kurt was so good here, and then Kyle being so good here.
Weekend sweep, I think he's going to do it again.
Just seemed like it all came together and nobody was in sight.
Break out the broom again. Kyle Busch will sweep all 3 races here under the lights.
The only driver to sweep twice.
Felt easier doing it the second time, but just felt just as sweet too.
There's something about Bristol and the name Busch.
Qualify in the 30s and bust your butt the whole race long in order to get yourself moved up as much as you can, and sometimes not even ever sniff the front of the field. A completely different idea of what short track racing is. Going to the racetrack now for driver intros, there's certainly a lot more cheers. You actually have people that are rooting for you, like, man, we want to see Kyle win, get back to victory lane, that would be so awesome. Well, it just kind of means that you're not winning as much, and so you're not achieving those boos through being in victory lane too much.
The number 8 trying to resume his winning ways.
Been a while since we've seen the bow.
Success at Bristol is hard to find, and being able to overcome some of those guys that are really, really fast there. I look back at Larson last fall when he led so many laps and was a dominant figure in that race, and I'm like, man, I want to be that guy again. You know, I want to be the Kyle and Kyle show, us racing against each other for the win.
I think it's kind of odd that, you know, Kyle dominated Larson dominated the fall race here, yet he has not won the spring race. So,
Yeah, I mean, and based on what we've seen the last 5 races here at Bristol,
be interested to see what we see here today.
RCR in general has struggled at the short tracks. You mentioned Coda, though. I mean, he had a legitimate shot to win that race, but I think overall, guys, as I look at Kyle Busch, I don't know if overachieving is the right word, but I think he's getting more out of those cars than there is.
Yeah, and I think sometimes he's stepping over the line. I think that
yesterday.
We saw him spin out in qualifying yesterday, and I think as you look back at Kyle's career in the Gen 6
Need the
car
hat.
and the previous generations
Gotta have the hat.
from this Gen 7 car, he was able to push that car and save those cars and not spin out. This
Which is
car,
going to
you
be
get
interesting with these
past
new
that point and
headphones.
overturn
Gotta
really
adjust
quickly.
them.
So I think things have changed. I think things are definitely different. I think Kyle still has the talent, and I think, you know, right now I think the cars need to be a little bit better than what they are, and sometimes he's stepping over the edge trying to get more out of it.
Well, you can certainly drive past the car's potential, and I think we saw that yesterday, right? He trying to go for more. I mean, that's the Kyle Busch that I like. Right? He didn't accomplish all these race wins and all these goals, all these sweeps that we just covered. There's guys like Kyle Larson, by the way, which is today our new guy, right? He's the guy that we talk about every week. He's going to be Kyle Larson. Kyle Larson keeps trying the sweep of all 3 trucks, Xfinity and Cup, and still can't do it. He did it twice.
It'll be a popular win, though, if Kyle Busch gets back to victory lane. He mentioned all the boos. There are a lot of cheers for him now. I think people want to see him get back to victory lane.
And it wouldn't surprise any of us if it happened today.
It absolutely wouldn't.
Yeah, especially if it happens.
Yeah, I almost somewhat agree with that. I don't think it would be that much of a surprise if Kyle were to. The momentum right now, you got to look at Denny Hamlin. The fact that the guy's won back-to-back races, and he's trying to do what his teammate did earlier in the year and win 3 straight.
500 laps, and Johnny Bench, co-grand marshal, along with Bob Kessling, voice of the Volunteers, part of the festivities. We'll talk with Johnny in a moment.
Bristol, Tennessee.
An MSC cruise isn't just a vacation, it's a holiday full of European style.
And all the things Americans love too. Come on, balloon.
There are a ton of football matches.
Games, football games. Woo! You ready for some adrenaline?
I was born ready. How high is that?
So high.
Privacy.
Privacy.
Gelato.
Froyo.
Architecture.
Architecture.
That is a big one.
It's American. Of course it's big.
What a vacation.
Don't you mean holiday?
My bad.
We should stop now.
This is what joint pain looks like when you keep moving with a leave. Just one leave. 12 hours of uninterrupted joint pain relief.
Adding media links to my media because I got it listed on my Discord media links, so I should actually.
And that doesn't matter. This is a Jersey Mike's commercial where the subs matter most. You took
This and
I
then
got a lot of stuff. Where the subs matter most. The Jersey
pin
Mike's
that.
thing.
Presto is the #1 small business payroll software by NerdWallet and Tech Republic and Business.org
Pin
and
this.
But what really makes Gusto special is our customers.
There.
They'll always
Ah,
be
there we
our
go.
#1. We make payroll, benefits, and HR less painful, so running your business is more joyful. Join
Paste
400,000
this.
businesses already working with us at Gusto.com.
You can't miss TV's most addictive game show. The floor is all new Wednesdays on Fox.
Well,
With Pro Plan Sport, incredible.
I had nothing else going on. I mean, I was trying to do iRacing, but I'd rather not sit through the pace fest that was C Trucks. Yes, all 3 are there.
It starts here.
And jump back to that so I can
Advanced nutrition for strength and stamina.
edit this one and just change it. Yeah, the last race before we get a bit of a break, a 1-week break for Easter, and then we're back again for more.
We're live here, Fox/FS1 NASCAR, or as you might want to call it the last 2 weeks, the Denny Hamlin Victory Tour.
Green flag waves. The short track specialist from Chesterfield, Virginia.
Well, the first name I would look at is Hamlin. That's the first one, without question. I'd look at Hamlin first because momentum of winning the last 2 races, and he knows how to win here too. Then look at the lineup again.
Against us here in Victory Lane. It's good to have you. Keep a good thing going. Thanks for joining us. Going for 3 in a row. You've had success here. How would you best describe, and we've talked to you along the way, the zone you...
Yeah, Hamlin, Larson.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of it is we're going into some racetracks that are obviously very good for us. We've won at a lot.
I don't know if I'd go with KB though.
Falling our way. I mean, so you can't, when the stars align, sometimes it's hard to mess that up.
Let's see how Stenhouse does. Looks like he was quick in practice.
I had my role in it last week. The team really had their role. They were the stars of the show. The week before, we dominated
Again,
the racetrack. So,
Denny Hamlin. As soon as you say that, Bubba, first thing I say is Denny Hamlin.
All the stars aligned.
Sounds like momentum, guys.
Yeah, that's exactly what momentum's a real thing. But you said something interesting to me on Monday, and I want to ask you about the fact that you said my process is, hey, I'm going to try to get 1 or 2 maybe on this restart. I'm going to try to do my job on a pit road.
How much does your experience come into play, especially on a day like this, to try to manage the race? And how do you feel? I feel like you beat guys that way because you just make less mistakes with that thought process.
Well, I've worked with some great people during the course of my career, one being Bob Rotella. He's probably down the Masters right now calling that, with working with some guys. But, there was a long time where I couldn't break 80 in golf. And he's like, stop thinking about the result. Just hit the best shot, this one shot you can, and then it will start to add up to the result that you want at the end. And that's why I changed my outlook on how do I manage a race, and that is breaking it down into not only stages, but segments of a stage to get some goals, try to accomplish those goals, and in the end, the result I'm hoping for overall will follow.
Well, the goal today, Danny, is just going to be finishing a stage or getting to the checkered flag with some rubber left on their tires, on those Goodyear tires. You do it as good as anybody in the field. How do you know how much to pull the reins back? Tell a viewer at home, is this a lap time thing, communication through the team? Is it a field thing? Is it a balance thing, all the above?
It's a combination of all the above, truthfully, and what I try to do is pace myself off of others, right, and essentially know that, all right, if they're going to go, I'm going to go a little less. Therefore, they should have less air in their tire at some point than I do. And then it's a lap time thing, and then it's a pace thing, and then it's a track position thing. Then it's where's your line? Are you running high or low? All those factors play into how it wears your tires. But
where can you save the tires the most here?
Well, I think the bottom is going to be the preferred place. There was a run here last year in the spring where I got the lead, and I thought that maybe the PJ1 was wearing it out, so I went to the middle. I blew a tire that run. So I think that it's certainly the bottom is the place to be.
What if you can get all the way to the top, though? Like where the smoother concrete is? Does that seem to be better?
If the top rubber's in, yes, I think that we could have a conventional Bristol type race, but it's who's going to have the nerve to go up there?
It takes a lot. You got to go through all the
marbles first. Yeah, you got to go through the marbles.
Are you saying you're not going to be the first?
No way.
We heard one driver.
That's that methodical thought process.
Yeah.
That's experience. That's
smart. We heard one driver already mentioned they might test it up there. Hey, the Michael Jordan paraphrasing your co-owner, hey, you boo me, it makes me better. He referenced that about you, the 11 against 1. It's you against the world. I mean, you're kind of a likable guy. So what do you thrive? Do you thrive on that? Does that help make you? John McEnroe said he had to yell on the court. It had nothing to do with other people, but it made him play.
It fires himself up.
Right.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, there's nothing more gratifying to me than winning and then figuring out how I'm going to antagonize this crowd afterwards. That's what my goal is for the day. So we'll see how it goes.
Are you superstitious, by the way?
Not as much as I used to be.
Okay, well, good luck today. We hope you've been talking to us quite a bit the whole time. And
I know, it's our weekly check-in.
A handshake.
Okay, thank you.
If we do that, you win the race. That's how it's going.
Well,
Hey,
now you know.
3 in a row. Count on it. All right, we'll see who you guys are picking a little bit later. We're going to take you out to the ball game, a NASCAR wiffle ball game. And those are not torpedo bats. Don't worry. Thanks, Vinny. And one of baseball's all-time greats, and he's been called the greatest catcher ever in the game, and there's reasons why. But he's here to talk baseball in Bristol and some NASCAR. Chase Elliott, a big Braves fan. That Braves-Reds game coming in August. It'll be on Fox. He's hoping for his first Bristol win.
You can't miss TV's most addictive game show. The floor is all new Wednesdays on Fox.
This sport isn't for the weak.
Great.
These drivers are a different breed. The NASCAR Cup Series from Talladega on Fox.
An MSC cruise isn't just a vacation, it's a holiday full of European style.
And all the things Americans love too. Come on, balloons.
There are a ton of football matches.
Games, football games. Woo! You ready for some adrenaline?
How high is that?
So high.
Privacy.
Privacy.
Gelato.
Froyo.
Architecture.
Sharkitecture.
That is a big hat.
It's American. Of course it's big.
What a vacation.
Don't you mean holiday?
My bad.
We should stop now.
Yeah.
The Memphis Showboats, touchdown! Take on the Michigan Panthers. Wow! It's all part of the Fox Football Extravaganza, Friday at 8 Eastern.
Hey, what's up, roomie?
Danny DeVito? Are you my freshman roommate?
And that doesn't matter. This is a Jersey Mike's commercial where the subs matter most.
You took both bunks.
I got a lot of stuff.
Where the subs matter most. It's a Jersey Mike's thing.
No, we'll see. I mean, last year was fun because it was a tire management race. I mean, I actually said it last year, and Bumble, if you remember, will back me up on this. I actually said that it was a good shit show. Last year. Yes, there is such thing as a good shit show. I will rate races based on that, whether the shit show is good or bad. If it's good and entertaining enough.
Our favorite crew chief, Larry McReynolds, describing the track a little earlier. Look, he's still got it.
Careful, Larry.
Well, he better hope there's traction compound up there, so he better hope he's not
You're in the marbles thing. Oh, that's
boy.
no man's land right there.
Little gingerly coming down.
Terrible idea. Too soon
for him to fall.
Larry, where's your cane?
If the tires have the grip his shoes have, we're going to be all right. All right, drivers do a lot of fun things like Larry when they're waiting for the race, whether it's pickleball, wiffle ball, or talking to us. So in the spirit of Major League Baseball coming here yesterday, instead of gentlemen start your engines, it was gentlemen, let's play ball.
Want to catch a wiffle ball to the face here.
Yeah.
Get ready for Major League Baseball heading to
Reminds me of when they, in 06, when they had the snow delay.
Are you ready?
And I forget whose crew it was. There was a crew that was actually doing that. They took a snowball, one of the snowballs, and somebody had a bat. They were hitting snowballs.
I believe that I'm probably P1 on the charts when it comes to the odds of hitting a home run.
There it is. Austin doesn't brag about it, but he went to the Little League World Series, so I feel like that's the guy we're gunning for. I think we're going to tie one hand behind his back, make him have a little bit of a handicap so we can keep up with him.
Yeah, I'm thinking I have two objectives. One's to hit a mascot with a bat.
Oh! Did you hit him? I did. That's great.
The other one's to bunt the ball.
Fine. There we go. Babe Ruth didn't come to bunt. Come on. I just want to say
When you see Ricky and Austin, they're pretty athletic. So I feel like they're going to get pretty into it. I'm just going to try and survive.
Why do you use your head? I probably couldn't do that again. I hope he does. That was awesome. What? Are you kidding me? You alive? You need these? This place doesn't see something go on.
We need more of this. We need more of the drivers just doing stuff like this.
the energy.
Seriously.
I mean, it's a loud place with cars on
Let the personalities come out.
Fans will make this place, and excited to see what that's like for a baseball game.
It's a world-class.
Austin taking off his glasses. You need these.
And everybody being around you, Coliseum atmosphere, everything, So could certainly be a really, really, really cool night. I'm looking forward to it. I can't wait to see it. Looking forward to the big game.
Braves Reds here at Bristol Motor Speedway. You'll see it on Fox Saturday, August 2nd. I'll be back in the studio tossing it out here. And home plate, by the way, they had football here before NFL account.
It looked like Ricky was pretty good practice too, John. So the biggest concern I think for them would be pit road, but.
Cincinnati Red. It's good to see you. It's been a while.
Oh, it's so exciting too. I mean, I heard about this a year ago. I can't even tell you what's going to happen. Then you start envisioning how they can put a baseball park inside the stadium. It's going to be so fun and everything else. And you guys, I love you in the Barbershop Quartet. You guys are terrific. That's great.
All right, I'll do the jokes. You do the baseball. All right.
Like you do.
Yeah, I love it when other professionals. I love it when other professionals come into our sport because I want to see who they like. So I'd like to know what drivers you like in the field today. But there's a catch. I want you to do it in a Chris Myers impersonation.
Oh no!
Well, I'll tell you today. The first one that comes to my mind is Austin Dillon because he's Richard Childress' grandson and he's one of my good friends, and they drink wine.
I don't talk like that. But Christopher Bell, you're an Oklahoma guy. You're from Oklahoma.
Yes,
Christopher
I am.
Bell.
Two-time World Series champion.
You know what? I just don't want anybody to lose. I guess that's the bad thing.
There's going to be somebody to lose.
A lot are going to lose.
I promise you that. Yeah. But I have a question about baseball. When you have the guys come into a stadium like this, and they have a different atmosphere than their typical stadium. Did you ever play in a situation where it was not in a stadium? What are they up against when they come to play inside the racetrack here?
Well, I think the one thing you hate is the fact that they're against you. You know, going into a foreign stadium, that they're pulling against you. I mean, they were totally doing that. These are race car fans. Every one of them has their own special driver. They want him to win. They want their team to win. They want their car to win. So when you come in, you feel the atmosphere. I think you're impervious to all this. All the guys I saw today at the meeting, they're impervious. They're ready to go. They're such great athletes. They're so keen. Their teams are getting better. They're getting more money. They're able to get the analytics. They're getting the tires are matching up. It's weather with the cold. The tires are going to wear hard today. It's a very tough day, guys.
Holy cow! Come to the booth with us. We need more of you, Johnny. Johnny, I want to show you the rendering of this field that's going to play right here. Check out those grandstands. What's a home run going to look like? Can they put it over the stands?
I could have hit 70. Oh my God! Bring me back.
You almost hit 50.
In fact, I did almost hit 50. And my accountant called me and said, "Can you come back? Come back." And I pulled the muscle back in me. I have been set back for months.
But the problem we're going to have is, like in Tampa Bay, they have the Kimbo product. That's there. That's going to be ground rule double. You can't. I don't
It's
think
like being in Tampa, being in this other dome, everything else. Don't mess this up, okay?
Hey,
We really got it going.
Without
I
a
like
doubt,
that.
you've been the best guest we've had on all year long. No doubt, hands down.
I do want to ask you, if you were a race car driver, now to play your position, and look, you were an all-star, what was it, 14, 50 times, an MVP, World Series champ, a couple of times with the Reds, of course. If you were a driver, what kind of driver would you be?
I'd be aggressive. You got to be aggressive. You got to avoid anything, but you got to be the last 100 laps. You have to be on the lead lap. And you got to be able to drive aggressively, but drive smart. But you cannot be not on the lead lap for the last 100 laps. Then you got to take care of the car. Damage is going to beat you.
Damage. So we're going to wreck some guys. We got to be on the lead line. We're going to win the race. I like your motto.
And we're in, baby. The Reds against the Braves, right? In that game, you're going to be back here. It should be a lot of fun. You always represent Cincinnati so well. Thanks for coming by.
It's exciting. Thank you, guys. I love you, man.
Thank you. Thanks, man.
The great Johnny Bench is with us. Our pit report. We instead of designated hitters, we have designated pit reporters. Jamie Little, Matt, the leadoff. Jamie.
That's right, Chris. Backstage, here's all the drivers getting ready to be introduced. How about Zane Smith doing a great job this year? Your numbers so much more impressive than last year, your first time out. How would you sum up your season so far?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of positives. So, I mean, we're controlling the things we can control and bringing speed every week, getting our car better, going into Sundays. Our Saturdays look a lot better. So, a lot of positives.
Zing, zing, zing.
A few little things that need to go our way, and I feel like you'll see us breaking into
Yeah.
that top 10. I've been finishing 11 and 12.
Well, let's parody the Jefferson Starship song, and instead of calling it Jane, we'll call it Zane, Zane, Zane.
To say the least, but ready to get after it.
So far, so good for Zane Smith. Regan.
Well, Josh Berry, another tire management race again this week, potentially. Everybody's pointing towards you. Josh knows how to do it on these short tracks, so I want to know, what are the secrets? How do you manage your tires here today if that happens?
Yeah, I don't know. It's going to be an interesting race if it plays out like last year, but it reminds me a lot of my days running at Myrtle Beach Speedway and Hickory, a lot of these tracks. Just gotta be smart, manage it the best we can. We've been talking about it for a while, right? Everybody has a different opinion of it, but ultimately we're gonna try to drive at the limit of the tires the best we can and manage them the best we can, and that's really all you can do. So got a pretty good starting spot, feel pretty good about our car. Just need to have a solid day and stay out of trouble, keep the tires on it, and be there at the end.
You mentioned places like Myrtle Beach and Hickory. I know you can manage tires if you can do it there. Josh starts 11. Jamie?
Well, Bristol's been a good place for Chase Bristol, but today, Chase, if it's a tire management deal like it was a year ago, is that a good thing or a bad thing for you?
I honestly don't know. Yeah, I don't know what to expect. I truthfully almost think it's going to be not like what we had yesterday, just looking at the track and even walking it, but who knows. So, yeah, I feel like we should be good either way, right? Joe Gibbs Racing cars have been really, really good here with tire saving and non-tire saving. So, yeah, I just got to do my job. Confident the Bass Pro Shops Toyota will be good. But, yeah, I don't know which one I want. I'm kind of 50-50. Like, it was kind of fun, but it was definitely different. But
Gibbs.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if we're going to see that or not. So
Gibbs is better with tire wear.
Have a great race today.
They're better with tire management. I mean, hell, you got Denny Hamlin. Denny Hamlin could do that, like, better than anybody else in the field.
I love coming to Bristol. Some of my favorite tracks. We ran so well here last spring, and Pittsburgh. I think we got an even faster race car. Just got to run a really smart.
Brad might be another one to watch too for the tire management.
Brad, I think you got Two before you got to go. Don't miss driver intros, Chris.
We won't. We're here. Coming up, we're going to talk with Ryan Blaney, looking for his first Bristol win.
God,
He's won
you need to read.
9 short track races.
At least he got a top 5 last week. It's just,
A wall trip, and he once attempted a
I don't know yet.
More like when he won an Xfinity race here in Bristol, he'll be more comfortable with the grid walk. And it's the 9th race of the season. So far, 5 different winners. Our pole sitter trying to be one of those.
I'll wait till after the ceremonies to put that up, the stage 1 poll.
Glad we got Jersey Mike's for the game.
Wait, does our mascot look like Danny DeVito to you?
Yeah, it does. That doesn't matter. This is a commercial for Jersey Mike's, where the subs matter most. Freshly sliced right in front of you. That's what they're all about.
You on the cheer squad?
And I can see Dave. Yeah!
Ooh.
Oh, don't worry about me. Focus on those subs. Where the subs matter most. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
You've earned this, so hold it up high. You put on the biggest event of the year every single weekend, surviving the strongest storms, meeting chaos with composure. You roll up your sleeves to roll out the red carpet, because the end of the night for you is the beginning of the rest of their lives. You are a fighter, and this is your reward. Medalla, the mark of a fighter.
With Pro Plan Sport, incredible happens here. But it starts here. Pro Plan Sport, advanced nutrition for strength and stamina.
Welcome to the
Go big or go home.
There's a war on the floor.
Let's do Marvel.
It's the game-changing episode with a strategy never seen before.
She's about to do something crazy.
What?
The Floor, semifinals Wednesday on Fox.
The Memphis Showboats, touchdown! Take on the Michigan Panthers. Wow! It's all part of the Fox Football Extravaganza. Friday at 8 Eastern.
It's a hard football journey. Being a zero-star recruit, it taught me to put my head down, just keep working. Draft night is going to mean the world to me.
The NASCAR Cup Series from Talladega on Fox.
Alex Below looks to continue his perfect season as the IndyCar Series pulls into Long Beach. Today at 4:30 Eastern on Fox. Welcome to the fastest racing on Earth.
Welcome to Bristol.
The last great Coliseum, awesome day for a race.
Start your engines!
Ready, green, green. Green, 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 go, 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 all good?
I actually don't know that one, Ronco.
We lost the right rear there. My favorite racetrack. Thank you.
And we're live, getting you closer to the start of the race. It really is cool flying in here, Bristol, Tennessee, Virginia.
Yeah, but
You get to see
that doesn't answer the question that you asked, which is how it got its name.
1960s and after some rain.
Where'd the name come from?
Beautiful weather today, sunny in the 60s. Really feels very comfortable. Not with the guys. We moved from victory lane down on the grid, as you can see here. And I know there's a lot to like about Bristol, but as a driver, there's a lot to challenge you.
I'd be curious to know just how the name came about.
Everybody loves it. It's one of the toughest places to race.
It really is. And for me, I always had to remind myself to relax. And put my arm down the straightaway just briefly to get some blood flow into your hands, because you can get so caught up in just being in that grind that you can wear yourself out by gripping the steering wheel too hard, having your muscles tensed up. And this is a racetrack that just doesn't allow you to rest at all.
Ever. It doesn't matter if you're leading the race or you're last, because you're always in traffic. It doesn't take but 20 laps, and if you're the leader, you're in lap traffic.
I always liked Bristol.
But you're right. The very first laps that I ever made at this place, I pulled in. They're like, "What's wrong with
Even
you?"
on racing games, granted, iRacing,
To Kevin's point,
iRacing is nothing but a pace fest at Bristol, but Bristol itself is just a fun track to drive.
Yeah, physically very demanding.
In any game that I've played, I've loved running Bristol.
Corners, right? I mean, like your neck just gets exhausted at this racetrack, and for me, I would get disoriented, and the flag stand is my reference point of which straightaway am I on, because both corners drive a little bit different.
And see, that would be,
turn 3 entry is always really loose. There's a little
that'd be pretty cool.
I had a different headrest.
To be able to live in that area. I can only imagine what it's like, what the old race weekends like were there.
Such a rhythm racetrack to hit your marks, and today, with the way that PJ1 is on the bottom, you can't miss the bottom. You got to put that left front tire on that line, so it's very much a rhythm racetrack.
Yeah, you don't want to be disoriented. Let's check on the long shots in the finish.
I was never a master bumble, but I just loved running the track.
Kyle Larson, Denny Hamlin at the top. Ryan Blaney right there. We talked about him on a short track. Christopher Bell. Joey Logano and Ty Gibbs on that list. Kyle Busch down there as well. In the long shot department, it looks like some long shots. But Jesse Love, who we talked about earlier, making his Cup debut and was in the top 10 in the Xfinity race here, showing up a little bit, along with a few other names such as Cole Custer. So our driver picks, sponsored by DraftKings Sportsbook. And finally, after 2-0, these guys get one on the board properly, selecting Denny Hamlin last week. Yes.
Yeah.
So I guess we're gonna. Who goes first? We're gonna let Kevin still. He's got the lead.
Clint goes first.
Clint's gonna go first. Okay.
I'm going first.
Yeah.
Dude.
For 3 in a row.
I'm not. And this is the reason.
As much as running, and I had a race today that was eye roll. But
I look over and I see this 5-car rub on the other side of Denny Hamlin. Kyle Larson's your winner today.
No, it's not as bad as open lobbies on the console games, Bristol. Those were worse. Those were 100% worse than anything I've experienced on iRacing. Those were basically, those weren't even about who the best car was in those races. They were basically, it's whoever survived.
Can you imagine how many jokes we could have if Jesse Love was a Cup driver?
Oh yeah, there'd be a lot. We'd love that. DraftKings Sportsbook is an authorized gaming operator of NASCAR this week. New customers can bet $5, get $150 in bonus bets.
Bristol is fun to run. I mean, I had one race that I ran the other night in trucks, where the only incident points I got were because somebody spun in front of me. I just barely clipped him as I was going past him.
Let's head over to Michael Waltrip and the grid walk. Michael.
Hey, Chris. How you doing, buddy?
Good.
Did you know that this racetrack used to be called the Bristol International Raceway? So there's an international flair to this place. Did you know that, Chris?
I can't say I knew that one.
How about that? How do you feel about the old Ford here today?
Yeah, it's built submarines. Mustang's going to be good. I think you're going to be hanging on a lot tonight. I think it's going to be, or this afternoon, it's going to be an interesting race for sure.
I need to go that way. I'm going to talk to Danny. Yeah,
Penalty. The cleanest race that I've had in this week was trucks at Bristol.
You're from Mexico. How are you feeling about
I have not finished an ARCA race with the new car at Vegas without being caught up in something.
So hopefully our good years last as long as possible.
In fact, I've had a worse time at Vegas than Bristol.
Let's see. Everybody says to me, don't ask me about the tires, because I don't have a clue
So,
what's going to happen, and I think that's great for I said international. Ida Zetterstrom, NHRA star. Why aren't you in Vegas? It's the NHRA is going to be on Fox right after this race.
Oh yeah, I'm part-time Top Fuel right now, but I'm just looking for some more partners, and I'll be out there full-time. And my next one is actually Charlotte, and then I'll be right back here in Bristol for the race 6th to the 8th June. So looking forward to that on Thunder Valley.
She's from Sweden. I told you this was an
The
international.
most fun though I've had at the iRacing car recently was
No, but we brought our Snap-on tools with us.
the Gen 4 car at Chicagoland.
Parts together and you're ready to roll.
That was the most fun I've had in an iRacing race car track in a while.
And the Braves are coming to play the Reds here at this place. How cool does that feel to you?
Well, I think it's awesome, especially being a Braves fan. You know, I think great opportunity, kind of meeting in the middle from, you know.
Wait, the Gen 6 car was quicker than the Gen 4 car here?
With the football game they did here, so hoping the same for the Braves game.
Because I thought the record for the longest time was Newman.
And I felt kind of weird because I'm a Braves
Newman and then I think Gordon.
Well, hey, you did that to yourself, I guess. But no, go Braves.
Go Braves, that's right. Have a good day.
Thanks.
But I didn't know they went. I think the Gen 6 went faster than the Gen 4 here.
Welcome to Cup.
How are you?
I had to greet you with the grid walk.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything you just said, but man, I'm looking forward to it. It's obviously a dream come true to be here, racing against my heroes, and one of my favorite racetracks. So just trying to let it all, soak it all in and take what I can get.
I'm envious. I know it's going to be a great run.
Because Newman had a lap here in 03, the spring race, qualifying.
Have a good time. There's Zane Smith, and he's driving my Aaron's Dream Machine. Holy cow, what a beautiful ride, Zane. How cool is it, the history of this sponsorship, and some of the folks that have driven the Aaron's car. I actually drove it into Victory Lane here one night.
I love it.
Yep.
Hopefully I could repeat what you did. So
That was the fall race in 03.
and this paint scheme specifically, so hopefully could repeat that and go get a Bristol win.
Well, I appreciate your time. Give it a good roll. Hi there.
Fall race of 03 when Mikey drove that 99 into Victory Lane.
Hello, it's Michael
Busch Series.
I'm on the grid walk, and
Then he had the hard wreck with Rusty the next night.
Ready to go race. It's been a good track for us. Like to get our 4th win here today.
How about that? Hey, you see Rodney Atkins? Is that him? No, he's over here. Oh, have fun.
Take care. Thank you.
I'm going to say hi to Rodney. Listen, these are your people. This is where you come from.
Yeah, man, I'm here back home. Surrounded by 200,000 hillbillies, man. I love it. This place is magic.
It's just going to be so fun to watch this race today. So much uncertainty what these drivers are facing.
Absolutely. This is the one track, I think, where you can hear the crowd over the engines, man. This play,
I love the fact it's nice, nice blue sky. The sun is out, which means these things are going to slip and slide. Which I don't know, the concrete works a little different than the pavement does, so.
Hey, look who showed up, Ryan Blaney. We're standing by your car. We took a shot that you'd be here. Thanks for joining us.
Sorry, I had a good
Hey, this is the track you've led the most laps at without having a victory. Obviously, you've had success in a lot of other places where that's been the case. So, how you feeling about that?
Never forget, I don't recall if it was 18 or 19 he was leading the race and got caught up in a lap car wreck.
You really don't understand what might happen, with the tires. It's a little bit hotter than yesterday. Full
I think it was
sun.
18.
Maybe lay some rubber down to where, the tire wear issue is a little bit less than yesterday. But I think it's going to be a huge part of it is how do you manage your right front, how do you manage your right rear, try to outlast other cars. But Menards Ford Mustang's pretty good. It had good speed in it, just hopefully it lasts.
I want to know about how you managed your week. I saw you got to go to the White House. What was that like? That's got to be such a good experience.
I had a good week. I went to Augusta for the Masters on Tuesday, and then I was at the White House with RP.
Typical
Joey
week in Ryan Blaney's life.
It was a cool week. So it was just special to be there.
You can see Austin there. Just seen
for NASCAR championships, Indy 500s, the sports car, 24 hours that they won. It was just neat to be a part of it and be there and kind of be where the person who runs this country is at.
Yeah.
So I loved it, and I appreciated them, for inviting us, and it's neat to be a part of. I would be nice to win another championship, get to go back.
And you were basically a part of a press conference as well.
Well, it's not the first time, Port.
Yeah, I didn't really know what to expect. We just kind of went there, and all of a sudden it turned into a presser. But I got the full news, and yeah, it was neat to stand there and just be a little bystander.
Hey, if you can briefly, we talked about pit crews, and as a driver, when it's not exactly going right, but you hope it all comes together, what can you do? What can you say, or do you just have to be patient and hope things come together all around for the team?
Yeah, I mean, those guys are going to figure it out. They've just had a rough couple weeks, but it's just like everything, with the driver to the team setting up the race cars. Everyone has their off times. It's just how do you rebound from that. So those guys are great. They're going to get it figured out, and no better place to start than today.
Yeah, it's a good one. I know.
I don't know about Elliott.
Something positive that you can lean on.
Larson and Hamlin would be good picks. Kyle, I'm iffy on. Kyle's got the history here, obviously.
As we're getting ready to go racing in Bristol.
Starting 15th kind of worries me a little bit.
DraftKings Sportsbook has you covered on all your NASCAR betting action this season.
Briscoe's kind of a weird pick, though. I don't know if I would have taken Briscoe. I don't know who I would have put in his place, though. Most active is Kyle. Well, Chase hasn't won here. He's won here. He's won one race here, and that was the All-Star race in 2020. Larson has a couple wins here. Denny's got a couple wins here. Bell's won here. Granted, that was the dirt race.
Danny DeVito? What did you do with her uncle?
Well, that doesn't matter. This is a commercial for Jersey Mike's. What matters most, that he's so...
Now, if we're talking... I'd be more confident in Elliott at Martinsville than Bristol.
I guess so.
If you're going to put him in fantasy. But I'd rather have him in fantasy for like Martinsville than Bristol. Most wins I thought was Petty. I know Darrell has the most in a row. I don't know if DW... I couldn't recall if DW has the most all time, though. I know... Not really, driver. You may think so, but not necessarily true. Bristol has a habit of the guys that are good here will run good here. Despite the chaos of the past in the history here,
but what really makes Gusto special is our
usually the cream will rise to the top when it comes to Bristol.
We make payroll, benefits, and HR less painful, so running your business is more joyful.
Add in the element with the tire wear too, and that's where your experience is going to come into play. See, I don't know Chris's average finishes here, Sonic. Yeah, Chris was one here, fall of 2022, but I don't know. I without looking at his average finish in front of me, I can't say that he's. I can't say either way. True, but I say that it's also you could say that about anybody in the field. You can say that about anywhere, though.
But inspiring fans to keep looking up and keep driving forward.
You can say that about any track on the schedule. You go make one wrong move and damage your car.
Where sound is the main attraction. See, at this southeastern crossroads, there's an abundance of beautiful noise. From the idyllic melodies of nature to the hollers of local honky-tonks and the loudest racetrack in NASCAR.
Been racing here since 1960. I saw the highlight of it, Bumble. I saw the video highlight of it. Literally looks like what happened is his pool was trying to slow up. The car stepped out from under him, and as he got sideways is when he hit Creed. That's why I ripped the rear paneling off it because of the way it hit it. Peeled it like a can opener. Not the first time we've seen that, though. Remember distinctly Brian Vickers' car getting peeled. I think it was at Darlington.
It's the 9th
peel the right side of his car off.
5 of the first 8. Alex Bowman for Hendrick Motorsports on the front row with Chevy's Ricky Stenhouse Jr. talked earlier about the challenge of this track. Who's your driver? Glad to have you with us for opening ceremonies.
While these are going, I'll do this.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time we ask that you please rise as you are able. Remove your hats, and veterans render a hand salute as the Cherokee High School Junior ROTC Color Guard presents our nation's colors. Here to offer tonight's invocation, please welcome from Van Sant, Virginia, Van Sant Church of Christ, Mike Wright.
This week, the NASCAR family lost the lives of Shiki Hitori, Al Pierce, and John Edwards. We ask that everyone keep their family and their friends in your prayers during this difficult time. Now, would you please pray with me? Dear God, we are so grateful that in our ever-changing lives and ever-changing world that we can trust that you will never change. You once again have provided for us a beautiful day. You have brought us to this great Coliseum by the way of a super and wonderful sponsor. You are protecting us with our military and our armed forces throughout all the world and through all the first responders in our home communities. And because of that, God, we feel confident that you will once again provide for us a safe and an entertaining afternoon. In Jesus' name, amen.
Here to perform our national anthem, please welcome American Idol contestant known as the Singing Barber, Noah Peters.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Bristol, Tennessee.
I lived in Italy. That was when I started building my passion for football.
There's a hard football journey. Being a zero-star recruit really taught me to put my head down and just keep working.
Playing for Dad, not only is he the coach, we represent him on the field. Draft night will be legendary.
Go big or go home.
There's a war on the floor.
Let's do Marvel.
It's the game-changing episode with a strategy never seen before.
She's about to do something crazy. What?
The Floor, semifinals Wednesday on Fox.
Alex Below looks to continue his perfect season as the IndyCar Series pulls into Long Beach. Today at 4:30 Eastern on Fox. Welcome to the fastest racing on Earth.
This sport isn't for the weak.
Nope, I have not. I've heard of 30 for 30,
The NASCAR Cup Series from Talladega on Fox.
but not 36 for 36.
Take on the Michigan Panthers. Wow, it's part of the Fox Football Extravaganza, Friday at 8 Eastern.
Be interested how that point spread is for the prediction.
This sport is just a roller coaster.
Like I said, since 1960 they've been racing
Maybe
here.
the motivation is fear of failure.
Green flag is out at Bristol.
Bristol's always a big one.
Bristol's different than anywhere else.
There's nothing higher than Bristol Motor Speedway. For a race you want to win.
The race is on. Under attack now.
You got guys taking chances.
Car in the wall. Oh, no.
This race has definitely got more physical over the years.
It did start to get physical there. We got smoke. Things are going to happen fast here at the beginning, boys.
Bristol's just a beast in itself.
I'll be waiting when he comes
Right.
in.
So that's a very interesting fantasy though. There's got to be some strat to that. Like, when do you use the good guys? Do you use them early in the season, or you wait till later in the season to use them?
I don't know for the NASCAR Cup Series here today on FS1. I don't know if the traction compound is.
Well, the only one I'd be iffy on, Shadow, is Herps. The other two.
Last year in the spring race, we had a track record 54 lead changes. Very competitive, interesting race. The fall race, not quite a blowout.
Yeah.
Only 5 caution flags. And today,
And 2 of those were the stage cautions.
expected. A lot of tire wear in practice. That's what the drivers asked for. They asked Goodyear, give us a tire that we have to manage. A tire that will wear out if we run it too hard. Put this race in the driver's hands. Goodyear did just that. And now everybody is scrambling to figure
I
out
love that.
how do we attack this half mile for 500 laps.
Put it in the hands of the drivers.
Because tires and tire wear and tire management are going to be the story all day long. Tires.
The problem is how do you get this to work for the fall race? Because it seems like when it's run at night, we don't see the tire wear that we do in the heat of the day. So, how exactly do you make that work in the fall race?
Lead changes for the lead. I think you'll see kind of somewhere in the middle of that. Warmer today than it was yesterday, but I don't think it's as warm as it was in fall, Kevin.
Well, I still think that we don't really know exactly what direction it's going to go, like you're saying, but I want experience so I can adapt. I like Denny Hamlin. I like Brad Keselowski, Christopher Bell.
This is cooler temperatures, John.
Scenario before, but also it's going to be a thinking man's game. Who's going to move up? Who's going to stay on the bottom? Do I have to take care of my tires? So many things that you have to adapt to today,
Well,
and I love the experience.
but that still doesn't explain the night race then. So what you're saying is we should run the fall race during the day then. Because that's how we're going to get the wear. Because people were asking that, how do we get the wear of the fall race that we do during the day?
When it starts putting black rubber down on the racetrack, that's when business picks up, and tire wear will get better.
Well, it is said that the track temperature, the temperature of the concrete surface, needs to be 88 degrees or higher for the track to take rubber. Well, right now that temp is in the 90s. There's not a cloud in sight, full sun. So we may get a different race than we expected yesterday.
And that's tough on these teams to be able to try to decide. But they've made all those decisions before they came. But now they got here and they got thrown a curveball yesterday. So overnight, they had to decide, okay, do I go for the tire wear or do I go for the rubber going on the racetrack? So it's a tough combination to figure out.
Well, that was
Well, we'll see.
half of we don't know. That's exactly what it was. We are looking forward to finding out. It's going to be an exciting 500 laps here at Bristol. Let's go trackside.
And now, race fans, here to say the most famous words in motorsports. Please welcome voice of the Tennessee Volunteers, Bob Kessling, and Major League Baseball Hall of Famer, 14-time All-Star, and 2-time National League MVP, Johnny Bench.
Drivers, start your engines!
Alright, let's fire him up. It's Bristol, baby, as Junior said it in 2004 when he won the fall race here. It's Bristol, baby.
We can't wait.
big or go home.
There's a war on the floor.
Let's do Marvel.
It's the game-changing episode with a strategy never seen.
Well, I don't really have a favorite because I don't follow it as much. That much Sonic, but obviously the hometown team. I got to look at the Tigers, but.
Fox Monday.
Literally hate this game. I'm not well.
Only one episode remains before the finale.
I'm on the verge of a breakdown, man.
It's an epic 2 hours that will keep you guessing.
We can't trust you.
Are you kidding?
The hometown team.
This is not an even playing field.
Heart rate raises a red flag for me. It's actually a sign of early starvation.
Extracted. All new 2 hours Monday on Fox.
This sport isn't for the weak.
They're my home major league team.
The NASCAR Cup Series from Talladega on Fox. These drivers are a different breed. There are heroes and villains pushing machines to the limit.
Granted, yes, I wasn't around when they last won a World Series, but
The NASCAR Cup Series from Talladega.
I've seen at least 2 World Series appearances since then.
After starting the season with back-to-back wins, Alex Palou looks to stay perfect as the IndyCar Series pulls into Long Beach. Today at 4:30 Eastern on Fox. Welcome to the fastest racing on earth. The Memphis Showboats touchdown! Take on the Michigan Panthers. Wow! It's all part of the Fox football extravaganza. Friday at 8.
Also, you guys will not see me next weekend because we have an off weekend, so go stream next weekend. Oh god, now you're gonna make me think. Now you're gonna make me think, Sonic. Because there's been so many good ones here, it's like, where do you even start to pick? Well, first of all, I'm going to be at a family function on Sunday, so there won't be any... If I'm going to stream, it won't be Sunday anyway. But... You see, I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna back my words in saying it. Rockingham's not that good a race. It wasn't that good when the Truck Series ran there, when they had the return. It was okay. I mean, it wasn't, you know, beat your fist, oh, this is awesome kind of race.
They'll do it today for 500 laps.
But
welcome back to the Food City 500 at Bristol Motor Speedway. Crowd still filing in as the cars roll off the backstretch pit road, and we get ready to race. Seems like we've heard from everybody, but
Rockingham, in my opinion, is mid. It's average. It's not. There's nothing that separates it because Darlington had it was the more legendary track with tire wear. So Charlotte had more of the action, I think, than Rockingham.
Yeah,
so
it's gonna be a tricky one today for sure. I'm not sure.
I doubt that one, Shadow.
Gonna happen. You know, we saw a lot of tire wear in practice, but we have some sun today that we didn't have yesterday. So, curious what the racetrack's gonna do, what the tires are gonna do, but looking forward to the opportunity today. Obviously, have a.
Well, Stenhouse was also pretty quick in practice too, Hang. So I'm interested to see how Ricky does today.
And on a forever-changing racetrack like we're going to have today, I want a dirt racer behind the wheel. Good luck out there.
Yes, it does. I've run it. I've run it, Anderson, in the Arca car. The old Arca car.
Will lead the degree, and there's a Chevy on the outside of the front row, too. That is Ricky Stenhouse Jr. for Hayek Motorsports. Now, row number 2, Kyle Larson led 90% of this race to win last fall, and Denny Hamlin won this race last year. Happy birthday, Jamie Little.
So the last two the two Bristol winners are starting on the same row.
And he went to victory lane. You mentioned how good Kyle Larson was here in the fall. So who has the advantage? Well, I talked to Chris Gale, crew chief for Denny Hamlin, and he thinks we're going to see a repeat of what we did last spring. And he feels like with Denny Hamlin's ability to manage those tires, they certainly feel confident they'll get the win today. And remember, Denny Hamlin going for 3 straight wins, something he has never done in his career.
We're trying to do what his teammate did earlier this year.
Looking to break that bad luck streak, and Ty Gibbs, who led a career-high 137 laps in this race last year. Row 4 is Christopher Bell and A.J. Allmendinger with his best start of 2025.
Row 5, I'm going to call him a cowboy this week. I saw him down with a cowboy hat on.
Couple Spire cars starting there, top 10.
On the inside, on his outside, number 7, Justin Haley. Row 6, Josh Berry, famed Wood Brothers car, and then on his outside, Ty Dillon.
Well, it's very possible, I'm going to tell you that right now. It is very possible.
Cold here coming into this final for Denny Hamlin and Kyle Larson are hot. Look at those win totals over the last 7 races. Chase Elliott, Christopher Bell riding big top 10 streaks. On the other end, Tyler Reddick and Ross Chastain. Kyle Busch and Joey Logano.
See, that's why I'm a little worried about Busch. This is his best racetrack, but
got his left tires down on the apron, got up and into the wall, completed the lap, but he will roll off 38th, next to last. Here's Regan Smith.
Well, Mike, and as you see that save that Joey Logano made right there, Paul Wolf actually credited him with not having to repair the car as much as what they could have potentially had to. That car was a quick repair to the right rear. Nothing too much for the team to worry about. When I asked Paul how they're going to gain that track position from his worst starting spot of the year, he said Joey has a plan early on, get a couple spots, save tires if that's what it comes to.
well, we'll see. I mean, we've seen people come from the back and win here before, so
Thanks, Regan. Let's check in with our crew chief.
very well could see it, you know. Not saying it isn't possible.
First 8 races to combine 42 pit road speeding penalties. Here at Bristol, it's one of the slowest pit roads that these drivers navigate at 30 miles per hour. Let's go to our Toyota Camry cutaway car and show you how they monitor their pit road speed. It's not a speedometer. It's about.
I need to think on that one, Sonic.
It's about those lights.
Ask me a little later. Ask me a little later on. I got to think about that one.
In the curve part in 3 and 4 up to 3,900, you have to stay in the blue lights. If you ever get into these blinking red lights, you know you're too fast. You have to back it down in that segment. And remember, it's not a maximum speed, guys. It's time over distance in 13 different sections. Everybody's going to get all they can every section, every pit stop.
Yep.
Seems like there's always a lot of speeding penalties here.
Well, there is,
And you get the one to go here, or
so competitive, and the increments
I would assume we're getting the one to go here.
so small together. So to be able to go through that corner faster, you have to go up on the straightaway into the corner and down out of the corner onto this front straightaway pit road. So tough pit road to navigate.
None harder than right here at Bristol. It is a beautiful day. Look at yesterday, 45 degrees. Today, 59 right now. But the full sun and a cloudless
Yeah, that's going to be the factor, I think, today, is that sun on the racetrack. Nope, lights aren't off yet.
Down on that racetrack, track temperature. Mike, you said it earlier. The track temperature is what's going to dictate whether this track takes the rubber or just cheese grates it off and it all marbles up on the outside, Kevin. Well, we're about to find out. Stage 1 and 2, 125 laps each.
500 miles, or 500 laps.
Check back with Larry for our Liberty Mutual race strategy.
Mike, it's a lot about the drivers, tire management, run your pace. Just do what you need to do to stay.
This should be the one to go
If you
here.
feel something, don't be a hero. Come to pit road, because if you don't, you could be the next caution. Crew chiefs, engineers, keep a watch on your number of sets of tires. You only have 11 sets.
Yeah, now it looks like you shut them off. Yep.
Set that you're actually taking the green flag on.
All right, the Hendrick team racing with heavy hearts today.
Bowman took the outside for the start.
Racing for the memory of our beloved John Edwards and his untimely passing this week. Thoughts and prayers go out to everyone at Hendrick Motorsports and the NASCAR community and John's family for mourning his loss. John, thank you for everything you've done for us. Hope to make you proud today.
All right. Bristol, Tennessee. Bowman and Stenhouse, 48-47 on the front row. First Bristol race of the year. Let's go. Who can manage tires and who can get the job done today?
Well, we see right off
And Ty Gibbs fired off good.
start to launch out into the lead, and now is when the guessing game starts.
Then again, he led a good chunk of the race here last year.
Drivers, they don't really know how hard to go right here. Do I need to take care of my tires? Do I need to go full speed? What do I need to do? So this is kind of a wait and see game.
I think I want to go get settled in line, right? First and foremost.
And I'm also curious as to what lane is going to be preferred here, inside or outside. Especially with the sun out.
Ty Gibbs, 54.
Ty and AJ. How about AJ? AJ fired off really good.
Time here, but Christopher Bell slides up the hill in turn 2, drops back.
AJ gets in line behind Ryan.
Gibbs still out there, and so is Bell.
Gibbs still up there trying to fight it.
Outside, so is Justin Haley.
Yeah, and that's the hard part. Once if that bottom line
Trying to pinch his teammate down. Now side by side with Larson.
PJ1, traction compound in that
Josefar under his team or underneath the 16.
that lane starts to fill in on the bottom just like it does at places like Martinsville, and you're not able to get down.
That traction compound was reapplied after yesterday's Xfinity Series race.
Yeah,
was won by Kyle Larson.
And right now, you know, I think a lot of these guys are in that tire conservation mindset, and I think when you see Hocevar right here, so what will happen as these guys start to get the track position and get down on the bottom of the racetrack to go into tire savings mode, you'll see some guys say, okay, I need track position and I'm going to go forward.
The other aspect of that, I went down to get in that traction compound because on that outside on a clean racetrack like you're seeing Ty Gibbs and even Allmendinger running on that outside, it's very hard on the tires.
Gibbs and Allmendinger are the only drivers in the top 20 who are trying to work the outside because they can't get to the inside lane.
Yeah, the reason that bottom lane is
you got to run where you can at this point.
When it has more grip, you can do you can make better lap time and use the car up less than you will outside of that traction compound where the grip strip is not.
It's traction compound now is the term they seem to use, Anderson. So instead of PJ1.
I think you're probably going to hear communication with this 54 car. Find me a hole.
I hear that term now more often than PJ1.
Build the gap, Keselowski.
Yeah,
no can do.
And that was Keselowski's job right there, right? Like he knew that car wanted down. Stay in contact with that car in front of you. Don't let him down. Take that track position the easy way by keeping that guy hung out.
So here's
Ty hung up there for a long time and then
he found a hole on the bottom and now goes on by.
not able to find a hole to get in line. Ooh, just barely. Not without a little bit of contact.
The way that you have to make room because you just got to minimize the loss to be able to put yourself in a position to get down.
Well, through the first 13 laps of the top 5 are pretty much the same that started this race.
Move the car in front of you so he slides up the hill and you take his spot away.
You're exactly right, Mike, and that's what I'm seeing.
Ricky's fairly decent here.
Off a 2, and that's the opportunity. Just a love tap on the back bumper, moves him up the racetrack. Try to get under him, getting in a 3.
Denny Hamlin in 3rd behind Bowman and Stenhouse, who started on the front row. Now remember Joey Logano, who started way back in 38th place. He's picked up 5, you can see there. John Hunter Nemechek and Chase.
Problem is here is, like we talked about Martinsville, the conveyor belt of cars.
-1 just in front of Logano. He draws to the inside, and LaJoie's got to give him room.
Yeah, now LaJoie is in that position to where he's hung up on the outside, and it sure looks like that the racetrack right now is definitely, these guys are taking care of their tires to make sure that they protect themselves. So Joey Logano trying to pick them off one at a time.
Riding with Buescher back here, and this is the problem. You're going to start seeing guys getting anxious, and you saw Logano get underneath LaJoie. LaJoie's trying to get back down.
It's like we already got rubber working into the bottom lane.
The leader's going to catch him even quicker.
And the guys you don't want to go to the outside and try to bust around the outside to make up that track position. So if you
there you go.
An easy fender up underneath somebody off the corner, that keeps you
the whole field.
Compound.
So here's the world's longest conveyor belt.
Well, we're not there yet, Mike.
Well, it's a conveyor belt right now, but if these tires fall off like they did yesterday in about
well, I can't give my thoughts on something I haven't used.
Well, Ty Gibbs finally did find a spot in line. He lost 8 positions. He's in 14th. As you watch from our Toyota cam, here's his radio.
Yep, I remember this guy's not letting in. run, manage our race. We tried to grab one too many spots up top, and then paid the price on the long haul. It's all good.
Well, I've never used any Nintendo Switch, so...
Jesse Love in his first ever Cup race. Love won an ARCA Menards West race at the age of 15, moved up into the National Series, where he got a title in the ARCA Series, Rookie of the Year in Xfinity last year. At 20 years old, he's starting his first ever Cup race and doing it for RCR with Kyle Busch as a mentor.
And he's right in the Hornets' nest, Kevin. That's exactly...
right there about 21st or so.
Trying to get down, right, and they are not going to cut that rookie any slack.
Well, I love trial by fire. I think being in the middle of that hornet's nest is where you learn the most, to be able to understand.
Ty into the top 10. The other Ty, Dylan.
I don't know that's where he wants to be for sure.
Austin's going to get kicked Ty here by Chase.
Busch is going to leave no room for Love to get in line.
Oh, Reddick!
Oh boy!
Reddick really
Nice save.
I think the front of the field has the pace. You know, the reins pulled back, kind of like a horse race, right?
Nice save, Reddick. I think he dirt tracked all turn 1 and 2. Watch this.
There's what happened to Reddick. A big slide, but a save.
Yeah. That's a dirt experience. Coming through right there.
And I agree, because yesterday in practice,
getting
more than about 40 laps out of their tires, Larry, on any run in practice.
They are pacing it right now. They're barely getting wide open down the straightaways. And Mike, you talked about the activation of that traction compound being 88 degrees right now. Down in 1 and 2, it's 100 degrees track temp. It's right on 88 in 3 and 4.
Yep.
Hamlin just lost 3rd place.
Hamlin and Larson.
Larson pounces.
Battle. Not much of a battle now. Looks like Larson's going to get the advantage here. But he's trying to follow Kyle through.
Let's see how far back Denny Hamlin slides, see if anybody cuts him some slack.
Yeah, it looks to me like there's
know.
rubber in that second groove, Clint. So
Larson ain't able to clear Hamlin yet. I wonder if there's going to come a point where that high lane comes into where you actually can run with the inside. That's what I want to see. Because we normally get that here.
This is what joint pain looks like when you keep moving with a lead.
Oh, it'll come into play. If this race goes like it normally goes, really the spring and the fall, there'll come a point where that high side comes into play.
Sea cruise isn't just a vacation, it's a holiday full of European style
and all the things Americans love.
It's just a matter of what point will that cross happen.
You ready for some adrenaline?
I was born ready. How high is that?
So high.
Privacy.
Privacy.
Gelato.
Froyo.
Architecture.
They need to get rubber up there, I think, first. As soon as we start taking rubber on that upper lane, we'll get a second groove.
Don't you mean holiday?
My bad.
We should stop now.
Yeah.
Go big or go home.
There's a war on the floor.
Let's do Marvel.
It's the game-changing episode with a strategy never seen before.
She's about to do something crazy.
What? The Floor. Semifinals Wednesday on Fox.
How to ban Jacob from the Micronation Discord.
Without the bread. And this is not my real family. What did you do with her uncle?
Jesus Christ. that is, yeah, that's a monstrosity. Actually, I think I know where I need to put that. Somebody has it already.
But it starts.
Let's see.
Here. Pro Plan Sport. Advanced nutrition for strength and stamina. This is garden. Joseph was conceived to win races. He stopped drinking milk at 2, came back up at 30. Good for strong bones. Tap out to his clavicle. Joseph wins even when he loses. This is his wife, his Tuesdays, his hand-eye.
Of course, she misspelled hamster.
The greatest jawline in sports. He's not that handsome. And on Sundays, Joseph flies.
Denny Hamper. Hamper. Yeah, it's grown up. I immediately posted that in Root's Discord. I went to the beams and posted it in his, so. Granted, that's funny, Jacob. But it really should have been posted in memes, I'm just saying, but it's pretty funny.
Welcome back to the Food City 500. Look at this. Kyle Larson up and around the outside.
Guys?
Justin Haley raced up to second, and Larson
I was gonna say, look who's third.
From teammate Alex Bowman.
How did Justin Haley get to third? How did Justin Haley get to third?
Any sense of rubber anywhere around the racetrack, and now you can see it starting to drag that PJ1 up off the corner. You can see that second groove start to lay rubber, and you can really see the rubber marks there off the bottom groove. So I think as these guys start to drift up the racetrack, I think the track's going to take rubber, Clint.
Well, that's the way it looked at the beginning of the race. You could tell it's definitely a lot blacker. The rubber's getting down.
Yeah, I know. I'm more shocked that Haley running third at this point. I mean,
Michael McDowell and Brad Keselowski on the charge on the outside here, and McDowell finds a place in line in sixth.
Okay, lap 40, Larry. This is when we saw guys with no tread.
Jesus Christ, Larson like yarded Bowman once he got around him though. Haley going for second.
So are you nervous sitting on that box?
I was nervous before the green flag. How about Justin?
Let's go, Justin. Come on. Let's go.
10th and raced his way up to second.
40 laps in 4:04.
Yeah.
I mean, it seems like the rubber's okay.
So, like I said, Jamie, I knew there was going to come a point where the outside was going to come in. All it needed was a little bit of rubber on that top lane.
They're not there today, which he's telling his team right now, those chunks aren't there. I need to go because the tires aren't tearing up. So,
well, they're also telling him 40's where we had trouble. We lost tires.
Yeah, but he's right. All that debris is not at the top of the racetrack. You see right there, it's all clean. So that's a good sign for the rubber going down the racetrack. And Kyle Larson has just decided the tires aren't tearing up. I'm going to drive off and go run some normal lap times here. And he is on the gas right now, Clint.
Jesus Christ, Larson. Already a 1.8 second lead. Damn, he's about 10th quicker than second place.
I talked to Cliff Daniels, crew chief for Kyle Larson this morning. Kyle had some great laps yesterday in practice. He goes, you know what, I look at those times and it's fake news. He said it was all over the place yesterday and he did not know what to expect today, just like everybody else. But right now, obviously Larson happy with it, said he's a bit tight and his crew chief is in his ear telling him.
Well, granted, he did. We can't ignore the fact that he did win the night race here last year, so in dominating fashion. So,
well, I just don't think they're going to wear all the tread off, but if it does, it's going to be instant, and it's going to be when the cords of the tire are the things trying to stick to the racetrack instead of the road.
The only thing I worry with Larson is, and seen this happen before, Larson is not very good at the tire management thing. So, if this comes down to a tire management race, I don't know.
Byron was way up high in 3 and 4 trying to make something happen and get some rubber down. Here's Joey Logano, who has now gained 10 positions from his 38th starting spot.
That's the only thing that worries me a little bit with Larson.
Right now, the preferred groove is still going to be the bottom of
Clearly, they got the pace in the car.
Traction compound gets run in and starts to wear out. Until that really starts to wear out and be a disadvantage, guys aren't going to move around.
Well, Bowman and Larson led all but 4 laps of the race here last fall.
All right, Larry.
Lap times evened out that last time by.
We might get farther than we saw yesterday for sure. We're already there. Take me back to a fall race.
86 to an 88. 74 to a 79. Yeah, now I'm not seeing the big a gap though.
Track temp was 100 degrees. They were able to run easily over 100 laps. Right now, as I said, we're right at 100 degrees in 1 and 2. A little under 90 and 3 and 4. I feel good right now.
Hey, Kevin, remember when I made that switch?
But it sounds like we may not see the tire wear.
Because I was thinking this tire, I could feel the heat on my head, on my shoulders. I thought, you know what? I'm going with a guy that's a gas master. I'm going to the 5 car. Do you remember that conversation?
I remember that.
It wasn't 20 minutes ago, buddy.
I remember it. I think Clint's I don't know has switched to I don't care. Let's go for it. Kyle Larson with almost a 2-second lead on Justin Haley, Hamlin, Bowman, and Stenhouse, the top 5.
Sounds like the track conditions are the same they were in the fall race.
And all the things Americans love too. Come on, Blue.
There are a ton of football matches.
If that's the case.
You ready for some adrenaline?
I was born ready. How high is that?
So high.
Privacy.
Privacy.
Gelato.
Froyo.
Architecture.
Sharkitecture.
That is a big hat.
It's American. Of course it's big.
What a vacation.
Don't you mean holiday?
My bad.
We should stop now.
Yeah. Does our mascot look like Danny DeVito to you?
That doesn't matter. This is a commercial for Jersey Mike's, where the subs matter most.
But
Jersey Mike's thing.
and I say but because we saw this last week. Remember what happened last week. I'm not saying we should give it to Larson yet because, you know, we were all ready to give it to William Byron last week. So I ain't gonna guarantee shit. I ain't gonna guarantee shit right now. Let it play itself out. We'll see what happens.
This is what joint pain looks like when you keep moving with Aleve. Just one Aleve. 12 hours of uninterrupted joint pain relief. Aleve. Strength to last 12 hours.
You can't miss TV's most addictive game show. The floor is all new Wednesdays on Fox.
The Memphis Showboats touchdown! Take on the Michigan Panthers. Wow! It's all part of the Fox Football Extravaganza. Friday at 8 Eastern.
Welcome to more where that came from. More back-to-backs. More epic last laps.
In hot pursuit.
More stripes. More short fuses. More bumps and bruises.
Go, 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 go. You'll be full wide. They're wrecking behind you.
More Lone Star Showdowns.
That's all you, bro. Proud of you guys.
More Heartland Heartstoppers. Welcome to the edge of your seat. Welcome to NASCAR.
John Hunter Nemechek's Toyota Cam about to be sacrificed here on the back bumper of Chris Buescher, who got a little loose. That's what promoted that contact there. Hey, this is Bristol.
Well, the reason why you're seeing that, Mike, is because of this. The leader is in traffic, and there they are right there. Jesse Love that you just saw, and Nemechek. And that last shot, the pressure's on. They've got to go. They're out of time. Going to be a lap down.
And this is what makes Kyle Larson so good. He's able to run the bottom. He's very creative with his lines and the way that he can run that top line and pull that car down. And he anticipates what he sees in front of him as far as traffic, and very good at navigating traffic. And these guys know that they have to go, like you say, Clay.
Well, now they're double wide. Jesse Love way up top there, trying to stay out of Kyle Larson's way, as he will join Corey LaJoie, Cole Custer, Shane Van Gisbergen, and Cody Ware and Josh Bilicki. One lap down.
I am blown away, fellas. What a difference a day makes. Yesterday, couldn't make 40 laps. Had 6 minutes of practice, and these guys were on jack stands. Didn't have any tire left. Today, 73 laps. Here we go. Still green.
Yep.
Different day, different game. Let's take a look at today's driver profile, sponsored by Chili's. It is Carson Hocevar.
We only had 2 yellows here in the fall race. Again, same track conditions as the fall race.
3 Bristol starts, best finish of 11th, and second place finish.
Only had 2 cautions due to incidents in that race.
Well, what's your excuse for his shield being up today, Clint?
Still got his shield up, Kev. I don't know. I don't get it. Maybe he doesn't like it.
His air conditioner will work better if he puts it down.
100%.
Bristol's a busy place, and you see Carson right now. You see you see him lean to the right. That's the G-forces from the center of the corner, and his body will straight back up. This racetrack for a driver is very, very.
Do second place, Hamlin around Haley.
Denny Hamlin passes Justin Haley for second, but I'm going to give some praise to Justin Haley. Great job so far. He was the one that felt that first and took off to the front. Started 10th, got up to second.
And it definitely paid off for him from a track position standpoint. He qualified well, put himself in a position to have a good day.
Regan?
Might be a Hamlin versus Larson day.
To 13th. Early report from the driver. Car is a little bit too tight to finish the corners, to exit the corners. I can tell you, they had to lean heavily on their teammates from yesterday. Got the 45 car Tyler Reddick.
Have to see a lot of race left to go, so.
Going well for Bubba, and the radios are starting to light up finally with comments about the cars. A lot of tight race cars here.
Larson just continues to pick him up and put him down. He has now lapped 7 cars, counting Nemechek, who is 33rd. Buscher, the next one ahead.
Yeah, and yesterday in practice, we saw, like we talked earlier, we saw all these drivers have so much trouble with tires. The mental side of today's game, knowing that you're going to possibly have to run 125 laps on tires after you went through what you did yesterday, seems almost impossible. So right now, inside the car, they're feeling, oh, I don't know, is that vibrating? I don't know. Is my car starting to turn? Is it? They're trying to think of any reason possible to think of something that could be wrong with the tires.
That times are pretty close now.
Look at this PJ1, the traction compound, if you will, starting to ball up down there on the bottom. And I think as it does that, that creates this tighter sensation that these guys are complaining about in the center of the corner, Kevin. So Kevin says 125 laps. That would be the end of stage 1. Larry, we've already run more green flag laps than any green flag run in last year's race.
Yeah, and we've already doubled what we ran yesterday. Again, we're up to 100 degrees temp. Yesterday, it was cloudy, no sun, 70 degrees track temp. It just would not work. But I go back to Regan Smith's report about tight. Rubber's on the racetrack. That's something they didn't have yesterday, and that's a product of rubber being on the racetrack. The front tires starting to slide.
Well, and I think it's also a product of that traction compound enabling these cars to go faster through the corners.
Yeah, that's what they need. That's what the tires needed. Warmer temperatures are helping the tire wear.
Push into it up off. 85 laps complete. 40 laps to go, and so far on all green flag, stage 1.
Yeah, we're literally seeing the race we did in the fall. At this point. I mean, I just have to say that it couldn't change once they get adjustments on these cars, but right now, from what I'm looking at, from my standpoint, it looks like we're looking at a similar race to last fall's.
Cup Series from Talladega on Fox.
You've earned this, so hold it up high. You put on the biggest event of the year every single weekend, surviving the strongest storms, meeting chaos with composure. You roll up your sleeves to roll out the red carpet, because the end of the night for you is the beginning of the rest of their lives. You are a fighter, and this is your reward. Modelo, the mark of a fighter.
With Pro Plan Sport, incredible happens here. But it starts here. Pro Plan Sport, advanced nutrition for strength and stamina.
coming to complete 97 laps here at Bristol. And as Kyle Larson works his way up through the field lapping cars, it gets harder because they're all double wide and they don't want to go a lap down.
Ooh, careful.
And don't leave a lot of room, do they? Now, Kyle Busch has got up and against the wall here.
Got Kyle on the fence a little bit.
There's Kyle Larson's lead. Back to Denny Hamlin, the next blue car from your aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Since 1925, the Goodyear blimp has been inspiring fans to keep looking up and keep driving forward. 100 all green flag laps complete this time around. 25 to go in stage 1.
Might make the first stage without a yellow.
Picking them up and putting them down, putting a lot of these cars a lap down.
Yeah, the way he's going, another 25 laps, he could lap up to about 23rd or 24th, but he's only about 2/10 slower than his fastest lap right now. I'm talking about Kyle Larson in the 5.
Now, just ahead of him, Joey Logano goes after Riley Herbst because they're the last two cars on the lead lap now.
Yeah, and
Bell around Blaney.
Plays the Kyle Larson. It takes my breath when he gets into those scenarios going through lap traffic, because he has such a fast car and such a big lead. Takes such chances tearing up his car like that, though.
Well, his ability to get through lap traffic is special. It's just different, right? He's so used to passing cars, doesn't lose the momentum. See the momentum, he catches them, he times them, and sometimes they block him in. When you're that much faster than him, trouble happens. But you're right, you can get yourself in trouble pretty easy at a track like Bristol.
That last lap at 3 and 4, he went all the way up to the wall in 3, came down, did a late apex in 4 like he was on a road racetrack to get position on Riley Herbst.
Yeah.
That whole track is his playpen right now.
Well, he's just so creative in the things that he does behind the wheel, and he always has a plan, and he's always wanting to go forward. Right now, you see him, the next car he's going to go around is Joey Logano, and the last thing that Joey Logano wants to do right now is go a lap down. Joey had trouble yesterday in qualifying. He touched the apron.
I thought he damn well about year did that in the fall race here.
Let's have a look at the Chevrolet team update. Kyle Larson leading. Chevrolets have led every one of the 105 laps so far, and except for Hamlin's Toyota, those Chevys have positions 1 through 6.
And the difference in the top and the bottom, Clint, as you know, it's a much different style in how you drive the car. You have to slow the car down a lot more on the bottom of the corner. So being able to make your car work on the bottom and the top is two different styles of driving, and you definitely need some different things to happen in the car.
I'm glad you brought that up. So you're telling me at this stage in, or when the caution comes out, probably going to be making some adjustments, knowing that the traction
25 on the lead lap.
Down a little bit on the bottom, and this outside line is getting way faster.
A lot of jockeying for position as we come to 17 laps to go in stage 1. Since NASCAR came up with stage racing, stage 1 at Bristol has never gone caution-free. This would be the first one.
Yeah, and I think part of it was just the first half of this run, everybody not really knowing what to do, as we see
We haven't had a stage 1 go green here since 2017 when it first started. Wow.
The few crumbs that there are on the racetrack, the marbles up in the top, and
again, it's the temperature.
Cost him 3 spots.
The track temperature went up, which helped the tire wear.
They were of a different kind. It was the rubber coming off the tires that produced those crumbs or marbles all over the top groove of the racetrack. Look at the difference today.
And that was the indication that the drivers had right off the bat. Hey, the tires aren't going to come apart today because those marbles are not up in the top of the racetrack.
Floor it. That's what that means.
Yep. Big difference in the weather. The ambient temperature 15 degrees. Track temperature difference huge.
It's amazing how much weather can change a race.
As we come down to 12 to go in stage 1.
Amazing, isn't it?
From Ryan Preece's Ford Performance Cam, that is the leader, Kyle Larson, going by.
It just shows you how fast and how methodical Kyle Larson is doing of putting cars a lap down. I mean, I look over and the biggest mover of the race so far is that car right there, a lap down, the first one. Joey Logano in a 22 car gained 12 spots. Wasn't enough.
Preece is not going to go away quietly here. He's battling hard to stay on the lead lap with Michael McDowell right in front of him, but I don't know, he's got to hang out there for another
10 to go on the stage.
Yeah, and these guys all had to decide what do we do.
Sandhouse starting to fall off.
Larry talk about tight cars and handling and all the things that they had to decide before the race. And right now, some of those guys are getting bit and going a lap down.
Yeah, the rest of them are starting to fall off at the tail end of this with 9 to go. Stenhouse lost a few positions right there.
Yeah, he and Blaney both started top 5.
Yeah, he got by.
Now they are racing.
Postfar got by him. Bell got by him. Blaney got by him.
Now, if Priest can hold off the 5 and stay on the lead lap at the end of stage 1, or if he can at least keep him from passing Michael McDowell to get the free pass at the end of this stage.
And we know that this run will be the worst run on the tires because of moving up the race.
Priest is still fighting it. Got to hang on, try to hang on for 7 more laps. I don't know if he can do it unless he pins Kyle behind McDowell. He's going to have to pin Kyle behind McDowell here.
With 7 laps to go, he's hanging tough.
I mean, he's got to. Try to stay, try to fight.
Get back on that outside line. That's how he passed everybody, kind of outside ins and was moving around. Now he's pinned down on the bottom, took his exit away.
Well, and there's another car in front of him on the bottom of the racetrack as well. So Ryan knows that he had Larson pinned in right there, and this is the race to get to the end of the stage.
And Larson just can't sit on this behind Ryan Priest because Denny Hamlin has cut his...
Oh, yeah, there's Hamlin.
...down to 0.8 of a second.
And that's typical Bristol. You get stuck in traffic, you get cars that are hard to pass, hold you up, and it allows that guy in second place to run right in on you really quick.
Now, those two have a history here. Let's not forget about Priest and Larson and Priest and Larson at Bristol. You know, they have a bit of a history here. Go back to the dirt race. What was it in 23? 23, 22, where they had that run in?
He's going to be clear of Ryan Priest, so he's going to have the option of wherever he wants to run, right back to the top of the racetrack for Kyle Larson.
Look at the speed difference they can carry on that outside, the momentum up off the corners.
Well, now Ryan Priest needs to go to work on Michael McDowell, because now Michael McDowell is the lucky dog as Kyle Larson puts him a lap down.
Last lap, stage 1.
Right behind Ryan Priest, so big fight here to be
pretty much been all Kyle Larson. Only led the first couple laps, and then Larson got it from him, and he's going to win stage 1 handily.
Green to checker, and I believe Priest got past McDowell to be the first car 1 lap down. It's Kyle Larson's 6th Bristol stage win, the most of all drivers.
And I'm actually surprised Larson wasn't leading that pole either. A little surprising.
I was so excited to buy my first home, but I needed a
Let's do this one actually, because the way they're running right now.
I explained to her some of the things I could do and showed her some pictures.
He's resurfaced my
I know I'm spelling that horribly wrong.
We just had to sand it for a week.
Well, we didn't.
With top-rated pros in over 500 categories, Angie can
Oh yeah, okay.
for any home project. Find top-rated pros in your area at Angie.com.
Yeah, I definitely did spell that wrong. Because the teammates are running good. Let's make it interesting for the second prediction of the day.
Playing for Dad, not only is he the coach, we represent him on the field. Draft night will be legendary.
Hey, Carly. Quick question. If you had to choose, would you wax your own eyebrows or figure out payroll compliance?
Easy. Payroll compliance.
Huh? Compliance can get sticky.
Oh no, compliance is easy with Gusto. Gusto automatically prepares and files my federal, state, and local payroll taxes for me.
Pretty slick.
I know, right? Ready, Rick?
Born ready. Choose compliance without... That's what...
4:30? Is it 4:30? I think it was 4:30.
We're the fastest 25-year-old on 4 wheels. One's a king born to win. This is him winning. He wins a lot. The other, a phenom with a killer smile and a thirst for victory. The icon or the idol. So pick a lane, choose a side, or just sit back and watch them both score scorch the bricks at the very same time. Welcome to the fastest racing on Earth.
This is Joseph Newgarden. Joseph was conceived to win races. Stop drinking milk at 2, pick it back up at 32. Joseph wins even when he loses. This is his wife, his Tuesdays, his hand-eye coordination. He doesn't believe in magic, but on Sundays, Joseph flies. Welcome to the fastest racing on Earth.
The NASCAR Cup Series from Talladega on Fox.
Saturday on Fox, Dodgers, Rangers, or Cards, Mets. Saturday, 4 Eastern on Fox. Check your local listings. And as Johnny Bench pointed out in the pre-race, Major League Baseball is coming to Bristol. Be here or watch it live on Fox. August 2nd, the MLB Speedway Classic. Tickets are on sale now as the Braves will face off against the Reds right here in the last great Coliseum. Go to MLB.com/Speedway Classic to purchase your tickets. Jamie Little.
Like last week, Denny Hamlin won. He gave the pit crew for stepping up when it mattered most on that last pit stop. Now this year, this team has a new front changer, and so far their chemistry has been very impressive. Let's meet Team 11.
Austin Maloney, front tire changer, newest member on the 11.
Devin Euchre, rear tire changer, former Taco Bell burrito master.
Dylan Dowell, tire carrier, and the best backflipper in the NASCAR garage.
Kevin Purcell, fuel.
I think we need proof of that.
2 years on pit road and looking for my 5th championship.
Carl Edwards has entered the chat.
I'm the Jack Man, former Green Bay Packer running back, and I'm the guy with the moves you've been hearing about.
Well, you've been hearing about it. We'll show them to you. Look at this. Around the back with the jack and into position, all to gain fractions of a second.
I love that, Kev. I'm the man with the moves.
No, because I'm not a wrestling guy. I know someone who is, but I'm not.
All right, let's have a look at pit road because at Bristol here, it is different. We pit on both sides of the racetrack.
Yep.
Well, you see right here, you enter off of...
But that's how you do it on green flag.
When you're under green. But this pit road, when you pit under yellow...
Go the full length under yellow.
Corner right here, and when you go around that radius, you can up the pit road speed. So going in and out of these sections right here, on and off of that corner, allow you to take, you have to slow down and speed up. Speed up going into the corner, slow down coming out of the corner, and that's where you get a lot of speeding penalties trying to maximize that pit road speed.
Because as Larry Mack explained, it's time over distance. That's how they measure whether or not you're speeding in each one of those sections.
Should see everybody to pit road once they open it, too.
No human element involved.
Nope. Used to have the old stopwatches sitting up in the NASCAR officiating booth, and they decided if you were going to get a penalty or not. Today, not the case.
Darned if they didn't always call Rusty Wallace his name. Well, often. More often than most, let's say.
All right, let's see.
Crew rankings coming into this 9th race of the season. With Bubba Wallace at the top, led by Charles Denike, and Denny Hamlin's team right there, led by Chris Gale.
I mean, three of the top 5 come from the JGR vein. TRD JGR vein.
Display last week in Darlington, and Denny Hamlin said in a pre-race, all the praise goes to that team effort.
See what happens here.
All right, here come the lead lap cars to pit road. Regan.
Carson Hocevar in the 77 car, a very good start to the race. A little bit too tight with the front of the race car, but he can't afford to have it any looser. They did have the reins pulled back on him pretty much the entire run right there. In the 7 car of Justin Haley, just a little bit too free with the right rear right now. Not sure what to tell him otherwise. He likes it. They were being conservative in terms of adjustments. They're going to leave it alone for this next run. Jamie?
And around on the front stretch, Denny Hamlin in the 11 comes in second. He said, I'm a little tight center, but that's all I've got so far on this first run. Meanwhile, the 5 of Kyle Larson started off tight, then it freed up a bit. Cliff Daniels said, what do you need? He said, I really don't know. I don't know what to expect and how it's going to change, so no adjustments for the 5.
Wow, Hamlin's crew.
Between cars along pit road.
Almost.
Because there were a lot of lap cars. There were 3 between Larson and Hamlin, and there were 6 between
Hocevar's crew had a good stop. And Haley's.
You can't close up when you all have to enter at pit road speed. Kyle Larson led most every lap of stage 1 to win it. Alex Bowman led the rest.
You've earned this, so hold it up high.
This might be one of the most even channel point predictions I've ever done.
You don't just give an extra hand.
To be fair. I think it's going to be.
And a whole lot of muscle. Because it feels good to raise up the community that raised you. You are a fighter. And this is your reward. Medalla, the mark of a fighter.
You can't miss TV's most addictive game show. The Floor's on New, Wednesdays on Fox.
Alex Below looks to continue his perfect season as the IndyCar Series pulls into Long Beach. Today at 4:30 Eastern on Fox. Welcome to the fastest racing on Earth.
Thanks for getting me sub bowls. Of course, no problem, big bro. Let's eat.
Danny DeVito? What did you do with her uncle?
Well, that doesn't matter. This is a commercial for Jersey Mike's. What matters most are these sub balls.
Wait, has Danny DeVito been my brother my whole life?
I guess so. Don't tell Mom.
Your favorite sub, hot or cold in a bowl. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. Cup Series from Talladega on Fox. The NASCAR Cup Series is revved, ready, and roaring on Fox. There are heroes and villains. You know I beat your favorite driver again. Pushing machines to the limit. Oh, unleashing emotions that can't be contained. The NASCAR Cup Series from Talladega on Fox.
Be interested to see what happens now that we've got adjustments in these cars, or now that the teams have had a chance to adjust. I'm curious to see. Well, does anybody have anything for Larson now? Obviously, did look like it at the end of that first stage, but.
First love.
Live with Jamie and Chris here at the Sugarland Suites. This is a spot where fans have a great view, the advantage of sight. The sound, not so much. You know, down in the pits, Jamie, it's 140 decibels. The
Obviously, we're
threshold
home.
of pain for a human being is 132. That's why we're wearing these cans on our ears so we can hear better.
Really
But
not
then,
too
Jamie,
tight.
work with me here. Play along. All right. Yes, we're
Finger
enjoying, I
swap?
know it's loud. It's Thunder
Yeah,
Valley.
we do
That's
sometimes
the name
in
of
the-
our names.
in
That's why
the
they call it that.
afternoon, but I
That's
gotta go-
kind of
I
what
gotta
we expected, right? Kyle Larson rolling along.
Mix the ground
And
beef and I
obviously
can't
Denny
do it with
Hamlin
the
right
rings
there
on,
for his
so I'm
third
trying to take
straight.
it off.
Who else are you keeping a close watch on?
Well, the two Spire cars, Haley and Hocevar, are both in the top 5 at the end of that. But Chris, I'm going to tell you, I think it'll be a totally different race when we go back green here. The guys have learned that the tires aren't wearing like what we saw in practice yesterday. Harvick and Boyer have kind of emphasized that. I think we see a totally different race in this next stage.
All right, Larson. Thank you, by the way, for sharing this. You guys doing okay with the noise? You can hear it? Okay, good. I just heard the cue. We're going back to the booth. Mike?
Thank you,
We'll find out what happens here at stage 2.
All right, pre-race. Ricky Stenhouse.
Larson, Hamlin, Haley, Bowman, Hocevar, Gibbs, Bell, Stenhouse, Blaney.
For me, just let's capitalize on today.
Oh, great. Am I going to have to? Yep. I knew it was going to happen because it happens at least once per broadcast. As long as it happens under yellow and not during green flag, I'm okay with it. But guess that's how I have to do it. I got the 4-wide nationals this weekend in the dragsters.
Still the car. Denny didn't start the last stage of this run last year on lap 367. He started in 15th and won the race. We have a good vehicle and a good driver, and we could do this. If we talked about it enough, let's go out there and execute just like we have. 1, 2, 3. Kick ass! There's the pit crew led by Mike Kelly for Ricky Stenhouse. Tab Boyd, the spotter, up on the roof. Currently 8th. Jamie?
Listening to Kyle Larson's radio, he's led over 100 laps now. This is what Cliff Daniels had to tell him after those tires came off.
Tires did not look bad at all. They still had wear pin holes left. It was at the bottom of the wear pin holes, but still had them left. Still, all in all, not bad. Okay. Wow, as hard as he was running.
Can you believe that you just heard that man say that after watching practice yesterday?
I can, and because of the way that the rubber, well, not after practice, but after practice I'd have told you we were in big trouble. But when you started seeing that rubber start to lay down on the racetrack, but Larry, I would say that this is definitely the worst run that we're going to have today as far as tire wear.
Yeah, because regardless of what
All right.
is, this track had no rubber.
Let's see if we see these guys go a little harder now in the second stage. Now that they've seen what they've seen with tire wear.
Kyle Busch, Shane Van Gisbergen, speeding on pit road, and not in that curved section in 3 and 4, but along the straightaway, Larry told us. Austin Cindric pitting out of the box, so he will restart at the tail end also.
Well, we see it every week, and we've seen that a lot out of Kyle Busch's car, but talking about that speeding in the middle of pit road, and the thing that happens here, it's so easy, especially if you're in second gear with that low RPM, you're able to surge past the limiter that you have for pit road speed, and it gets real easy to get out of that box because the RPM's so low.
All right, they're coming to the Echo Park Automotive restart.
Here we go. Stage 2. Larson and Hamlin.
On the inside, always a challenge.
Here we go for stage 2.
Larson again fires off good.
We saw Denny Hamlin immediately struggle right there.
Haley trying to take back second, does. Hocevar trying to take third. Does so. Oh, he wants second. He wants the lead. Man, the way he charged in there, I thought he was going to be alongside Larson there for a second. Hocevar was all over it.
Yeah, those two Spire cars look fantastic today. Ripping and ripping, but how
Look at those cars today, though. I mean, seriously. We've already seen Hocevar have a couple of good runs, but Justin Haley too. I mean, both of them running really good here. Gibbs out there on the high lane again.
Small gap here. Clear low, clear low, clear low, clear low. All right, Bowman into 5th, Bell 6th, and then Gibbs slots in 7th. First car double wide is going to be Josh Berry in the 21. That's back at 13th place. As he races with
Byron up there too.
Keselowski, and right behind him coming William Byron. Chase Elliott had a look up high, decided against it.
Yeah, and you see right now everybody's setting their fast lap. They've got new tires on. Kyle Larson, he's put the lap time down to his fast lap is a 15:39, and he did that on lap 144. So.
Ooh, Keselowski had to lift.
Keselowski in front of Elliott in the way. Elliott is not happy. They're a half a second faster.
Brad had to lift right there. I don't know why he had to lift. I don't know if he just got loose, but he had to lift there, and he got the back of him. Lucky that didn't go any worse than what it did.
Now it's track position. Looking back from the Oscar Mayer BLT cam on board Keselowski. And here's another look at it.
Oh, Bubba, that's why. Bubba chopped his nose off. Brad had to check out of it. No, he got the back of him.
And that was the aftermath.
And a lot of that was probably just Bubba Wallace trying to diamond that corner coming down the hill.
Yep, which you have to do here. You have to diamond the corner sometimes here. And
down all the way into that bottom lane. So stuff that
Brad just had started up the inside there.
So Josh Berry there, first car on the outside, but now he's back at 19th place.
That was as close as it gets right there, rooting him out of the way.
Like it.
Stenhouse not happy about it. Briscoe moved him out of the way. Got to go, time.
Well, this is where it gets interesting right here. You saw that Stenhouse was not happy about the way that he got passed, kind of rubbed on that right rear quarter panel, got himself back down in line, and not going to be close enough to retaliate.
So if you're going to pass this way, you better be darn sure that car can't get back to your rear bumper right away.
Really good point. You can move them. There's still a lot of racing left.
Times Larson's still the quickest.
So that gives Larson
not by much, but still the quickest.
The race so far, 124.7 miles per hour on the coming off the restart at lap 144.
Well, and it's not by a little bit either. Almost a tenth and a half right there. So Kyle Larson car, it is really.
Well, we also saw this out of them last year a little bit, Zach. So I'm not.
The other guy that has had a lot of success.
I wouldn't be too worried about him because we saw this out of them last year. Now, how long did it take before Ford won in the Cup Series last year? You know.
Taken off, risking it early on, got him the track position that they needed. This has become a track position game, much like we saw last week in Darlington.
This year they actually won quicker. They won with Barry at Vegas. So.
On board the Advent Health camera right here with Eric Jones on the inside of Ty Gibbs.
Ty Dillon, that is.
Or yeah, yep. Ty Dillon. Sorry. Thank you, Mike.
Nice spoiler cam look there.
Yeah.
Josh Berry still on the outside. That's who they're right behind. The Wood Brothers car there.
Hard to explain the challenge. You're riding along with Eric Jones with that car on the outside. You need that real estate to move up the track. They pinch you off, and you hear him working the gas. Can't put it all the way down. Cut your line.
Or did he say Gibbs? I didn't hear him say Gibbs, but.
We continue under green. When we come back, Kyle Larson will be closing in on lapping cars once again. We're 160 laps in.
Yeah. Oopsie. Look, can you blame him? There's two ties in the field.
What? The floor. Semifinals Wednesday on Fox. The Memphis Showboats touchdown! Take on the Michigan Panthers. Wow! It's all part of the Fox Football Extravaganza. Friday at 8 Eastern. If you need a hero.
It was a hard football journey. Being a zero-star recruit, it taught me to put my head down, just keep working. Draft night is going to mean the world to me.
Alex Below looks to continue his perfect season as the IndyCar Series pulls into Long Beach. Today at 4:30 Eastern on Fox. Welcome to the fastest racing on Earth. 12 amateur survivalists put their fate in their family's hands.
I don't understand this game. Oh, we can hear him.
Do you push your loved one or push the button?
I'm not hitting the button.
Extracted. All new Mondays on Fox and watch anytime on Hulu.
These drivers are a different breed. There are heroes and villains, pushing machines to the limit and unleashing emotions that can't be contained. The NASCAR Cup Series from Talladega on Fox. The NASCAR Cup Series from Talladega on Fox.
I like my new headphones. Best part is I don't have to have the volume up as high this time around. Because I don't have it up as high, I don't have to worry about I can listen better. Not destroy my hearing as much.
With 170 laps complete at Bristol, next weekend the UFL takes over Easter weekend with a Fox Football Extravaganza. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. You'll see it all next weekend on Fox.
Got the off week next weekend. And still have yet to have a yellow due to an incident.
Haley Hamlin, Hocevar up to fourth, and Bowman the top 5.
Only yellow of this race was
opened up. You have that outside line. I've seen guys shoot the middle, the bottom lane still good. They're racing all over the racetrack right now. Pretty racy.
Now the thing is,
stage end.
When does this PJ1 start to slow down? Does it ever slow down? How many laps will it last? Will it chunk up on the bottom? Will it start to wear out? Will the high groove start to really take enough rubber so you can rip a nice arc all the way around the corner? Now you got to keep up with the racetrack. You got to understand when to move up and do all those things.
Haley under fire from Hamlin for second.
Fantastic job, and then Hamlin. You know he's
Justin Haley continuing to hang on to that second position.
Proving that point, going for 3 in a row.
Doing a banger job doing it too.
Trying to work around Ryan Preece, who has gone 1 lap down. And Hocevar right with his teammate. There's the Chili's onboard cam.
Yeah, and this is right in Hocevar's wheelhouse now, Clint. Being able to just smash the gas, be aggressive, make lap time. That's what it takes to be really good here at Bristol.
Ooh, 2 cars got together.
Oh.
SVG around. I think that might have been
Waves at lap 178.
maybe Hamlin into SVG.
And Gisbergen had already gone 2 laps down.
It looked like it from the onboard, and I know he was up there on the high lane, but he could have been slowing down for SVG already spun, but...
And it looks like Ryan Preece, who fought hard to stay away from 1 lap.
No, that was already going ahead prior to it.
Get up here in the top right, watch
Yep.
Van Gisbergen get to the inside of him, runs out of real estate.
Got to the inside of Ware and lost it.
They both go. That's racing at Bristol.
I don't think Denny got the wall. He was up there, but I don't think he got the wall.
Here's Hocevar's view of what happened between Cody Ware and Shane Van Gisbergen.
No, he didn't get the wall. He was just up high.
That was close.
Yeah, it definitely looked like Shane just got a little bit loose, missed his mark up the racetrack a little higher, and then
he was getting crowded pretty hard too.
Well, it was for position, too, between SVG and Ware.
What are you thinking, Larry? We pitting?
I'd say we might see a mixed bag, Clint. We've
Yeah. I don't think you see the leaders come. You might see some of the back half of the field come.
250 to end this stage, so probably you're looking at about 65 laps. To me, it looks like a track position race.
100%
track position.
After today's NASCAR race, head over to Fox to catch the IndyCar Series on the streets of Southern California for the 50th Long Beach Grand Prix. That's later today on Fox.
Well, it's not going to be over before this race is over. It's not. This race isn't going to be over by the time that starts.
The teams were allowed to purchase 9 sets of brand new tires for today's race, plus the set they qualified on. And this morning, NASCAR allowed each team another set of tires with the concern about tire wear. So
That's not going to hurt anybody, John.
Plus the scuffs from qualifying are available.
He's still running third.
We're going to have some extras now that the racetrack is rubbered up. So this will be interesting, like Larry said, as to is track position that much more important? Is the pace what's going to trump the other today?
Well, let's look at that. It's somewhere around what after 35 laps, they were running 15.9. All right, we'll go back to that last run. Deep into the run, they were still running 15.80s on lap 100. So I don't know. I think the track position game is alive and well.
Well, we know that Joe Gibbs Racing leads.
Yeah, if he had been collected, yeah.
Season, but the Gibbs Performance Center has also been hard at work on pit stops. Now, this is what we saw last year at Richmond, a different choreography of the pit stop. Then at Daytona, a timed pit stop displayed on the iPad for the driver. Timed fueling there, and we talked earlier about this slick move the jack from the right to the left side of the car, all chasing fractions of a second.
He didn't come up with that, though. Our man Junior Johnson did. I saw that.
Well, we got a couple.
All right, Ricky Stenhouse from 9th is the first of the cars to pit. The front 8 stayed out under this caution flag. So we'll take a break from Bristol.
You can't miss TV's most addictive game show. The Floor is on new Wednesdays on Fox. This Easter, the UFL takes over spring's biggest weekend. With the Fox Football Extravaganza, it's wall-to-wall football, packed with big plays, big hits, and everything you love about the game. 3 nights, 3 UFL games, 1 network. Outstanding! The Fox Football Extravaganza kicks off Friday night at 8 Eastern.
The NASCAR Cup Series is revved, ready and roaring on Fox. These drivers are a different breed. There are heroes and villains.
You know I beat your favorite driver again.
Pushing machines to the limit. Unleashing emotions that can't be contained. All in a thrilling battle for the checkered flag.
I have not. I saw the first one. I have not seen the second one.
This sport isn't for the weak. These drivers are a different breed. The NASCAR Cup Series from Talladega on Fox.
This is Pato O'Ward. His last name's Irish, but his first words were... Pato's the fastest 25-year-old on 4 wheels. He's tasted every kind of victory, except for the lactose variety. Pato looks like a one-man boy band. He charms like a British spy. He smells like burnt rubber, and he doesn't have fans. He's got groupies. So whether you love him or love him, take a look at the next face of IndyCar. This is Pato O'Ward. Welcome to the fastest racing on Earth.
Here's John Hunter Nemechek leaving pit road after his stop.
Uh-oh.
We'll switch to the rear view and watch the right side of your screen here.
There she goes right there.
That's the lug nut.
Uh-oh.
And the wheel and tire, that left, started rolling down pit road.
Oh my God.
And here in the middle of a pit stop. Look out.
Ooh, right into Sora's screw.
And just misses being hit by that errant wheel and tire.
Well, the gas can actually saved him there.
Did not hit that crew member. That would have been a bad deal.
Did they get that tire?
I'd keep it.
I'd keep it. The tire looks like it hit the fuel can, and actually that's what kept it from.
18-inch BBS alloy wheels.
That's what kept it from hitting one of the crewmen.
Once that nut goes on past that brightly colored stop, the wheel should not be able to, or the nut should not be able to unwind itself.
Yeah, well, obviously, it most likely didn't get put on those dowels, and the lug nut never went on, and then the safety pin never released, so the lug nut never got to the point of that.
Got a couple of takers there on pit road. I think Blaney pitted too. I think Blaney was actually the first that pitted. They said Stenhouse, but I think it was Blaney in 8th was actually the first that pitted.
Here go into those holes, right? And they have a lot of them so it can index different ways. That thing can get crooked on there and hold it up with a soft alloy wheel, and it can also go and get in between those holes, believe it or not. And it's alloy, it's soft, and when it does that, it holds it away from that keeper. The lug nut is not on.
The good thing, it happened on pit road. The penalty, he has to start at the tail end of the longest line, unlike if it had come off on the racetrack.
Watching that tire roll down pit road, whew, man, that's scary stuff right there.
So different takers on pit road. So Larson and Haley take high, Hamlin takes low.
Now, Mike.
Yes, 3 of which were of bottom fishers here on this choose.
Yeah, and we've seen that bottom and be dominant, and that's when it gets cleaned up, you can kind of run that second lane, but as much grip as that bottom lane has right now, currently with them reapplying that PJ1 overnight, it's going to take a couple hundred laps or maybe 300 laps to start wearing that out.
So when we restart, the Echo Park Automotive Restart Zone is right at the exit of turn number 4. A lot of those cars are still on the curve. How much more difficult is it to restart and fire off when you're in the middle of the corner?
Well, it wouldn't be any different. Remember, we had the 08 600 had a tire end up in a camper.
Try to not lose. Don't make any big mistakes, but it's tough to get going on the bottom.
Especially on old tires.
All right, back to green. The first 8 cars, at least they were the first 8. Now it's the first 12 as they line up. Did not stop.
There's 12,
This is going to
okay.
be a big test right here to see if those new tires can make any ground on these guys up front.
Denny's slipping a little bit. Haley was right there, knocking on the door.
So is Alex.
Inside.
Alex coming back into that fight.
Those sticker tires are always better when you fire off. So once we get past 2, 3, 4, 5 laps, that's when things will start to even out on the guys that stayed out.
Denny had trouble taking off. Maybe didn't get him clear. Oh, he's bottoming out, Kevin.
I think a lot of that, I mean, he might be bottoming out a little bit, but a lot of that is just the used tires. It just takes a couple laps to get those things.
Joseph now on the high lane. Still watching that race between him and his teammate for the channel point prediction.
And Tyler Reddick did not stop. They are on the older tires and trying to gain some ground. Here comes Ricky Stenhouse, Bubba Wallace, and everybody who got fresh tires behind them.
I think so. Oh, AJ.
Allmendinger slipped up and they're 3 wide. Hold on.
AJ had a moment there.
Top is clear. When you see Ryan Blaney, he's one of those guys that put new tires on. So we saw that his car was really fast on the long run earlier today, but he's definitely one that we need to keep our eye on to see if he can make ground and make these.
Well, here you go. Channel point prediction.
So the Spire car is now fighting for 5th.
Haley versus Hocevar.
And Kosovar advances.
Okay, we still got 30 laps. No.
So you're right. Ryan Blaney,
5 plus 55.
Top 13. He's 10th on fresh tires. The others not able to advance.
I knew I saw Ryan on pit road. That's why I was like, I knew he was part of that group that pitted.
Blaney's last 4 races. He has passed an average of 40 cars per race, 4 positions, but has lost an average of 6 positions on pit road each race. On the track, driver rating of 1st, 18th on restarts, pit crew ranking not so well.
Just need a little luck to go our way. For once. No, I was trying to do the math. I was trying to do the math and was not looking at the top.
Wallace and Stenhouse are the next 2 drivers on fresh tires behind Blaney.
But I've been quietly top 15 today.
You're going to need this to go deep into a run before those fresh tires will ever show you the advantage. I think, again, going back to that first run, when I saw them guys laying the same lap times down, you know, on lap 110, 115 as they can run on 20, 30 laps of this run, she's a track position game, boys.
Might be right, Clint.
Kyle Larson has run more laps this weekend than anybody. That's because he pulled the triple. The truck race here on Friday night, he came up 1 spot short. Yesterday in the Xfinity race, he dominated. Today, so far, that's been the case as well. Kyle, after that first stop, he came on the radio and said, this car is good. I'm really happy with it. They had made a slight air pressure adjustment to help him. Now 2 spots behind him, Denny Hamlin. All he's told the team since his stop was, when I try to run less brake, slowly into the corner, he gets really tight. He's also free up high as well, so not as happy with the balance of that race car. And they didn't make any air pressure adjustment on his stop.
Right behind Denny Hamlin is a 20 car. Christopher Bell been battling free off of turn 4, fighting fighting for some lateral grip as well as a little tight 1 and 2. But the larger issue for the 20 car, the last run, he began to get some severe brake shake when he would hit the brake pedal, meaning the pedal was shaking up and down as he would try to slow down for the corners. The team had him drag the brakes the entire caution period to try and clean the rotor.
Also, hi Hamill, hi Jacob. I know you're watching the stream with Port, so even though I know neither one of you has commented in here yet, but I know you're in the VC.
Very typical Bristol. When the pace picks up like this, you get in sync, you get in your rhythm, Kevin. You start backing the corner up and running that ball. You hardly even drag any brake. You just barely drag it. They run cool. Brakes don't like to run cool. They start vibrating. That build up.
And like you said, that material from the brake pad builds up on the rotor. And in these cars, they have really big calipers.
Well, Jacob's not alt's in there, right? His alt isn't in there right now, so I can't say hi to him.
It's really annoying, and it actually
to her.
affects your rhythm as a driver in the way that you can brake into the corner. So brake shake is usually from the brakes being too cold.
And violent. It's hard to explain how violent it'll shake the steering wheel. I mean, you said it. It throws you off your rhythm in a big way because that wheel is shaking really hard.
24 cars on the lead lap, led by Kyle Larson. Again, he will be lapping cars with
Hi, Hamill.
back from this side-by-side break.
Buckle up and hang on. This is going to be a good one. The fans of Kansas Speedway know how to have a good time.
Best track on the sport. We're gonna be there in May.
In family-friendly facilities, trading paint, and tailgating tradition.
Well, I've been doing it since 2019. In some variation, some form or another, I've been doing it. So.
NASCAR weekend at Kansas Speedway. Get your tickets now at Kansas
Yep,
Speedway.
66 is done.
Gotta have a lucky charm when
Or
you ride, right?
with issues.
Protected out there.
That's why I never leave home without a photo of the little ones.
Bracelet for my husband.
Lucky rabbit's foot.
Lucky rabbit named Swoot.
Herbston Jones.
Fetus. That's a whole rabbit. Named Swoot.
Well, there's really no need for a lucky charm when you ride.
Not when America's #1 motorcycle insurance got your back.
We're just gonna ignore the fact that Carl has a rabbit. Named Swoot.
You can fit a lot of vacation into a weekend. Book your next weekend getaway with Verbo.
Which started out as a better floor liner for your car.
There's an already back into lap traffic.
Ways to protect the inside and outside of your vehicle. That led to enhanced ways to protect your home and to keep your pets safe. Next,
Got a Blaney for 9th.
protect your phone. But the most important things worth protecting are American jobs. WeatherTech. made
34 to go.
Introducing 2 new Baja Chipotle
Stage
scents
2.
featuring our world-famous Baja Chipotle sauce.
Dan House and Elliott again for 15th.
That's the Baja Chipotle talking. Well, it's actually me talking, but you know what I mean.
Chastain trying to get in the middle of that fight.
Baja Chipotle collection at Subway.
NASCAR fans, you are in the driver's seat. What are you waiting for? Sign up for the free NASCAR Fan Rewards loyalty
Seeing both these lanes work top of seeing these guys work both top and bottom.
UFL takes over spring's biggest weekend. Holy cow! With the Fox Football Extravaganza. Are you kidding me?
There's a back into traffic again.
UFL games, one network. Outstanding! The Fox Football Extravaganza kicks off Friday night at 8 Eastern.
Welcome back to Bristol. 219 laps complete. We're 94 laps into stage 2, which will end at halfway in this race, lap 250. Kyle Larson picking up
Again, Hamill, that prediction was not meant. It was a bold. There's a reason why it was a bold prediction. It wasn't meant to come true. But then again, and this is why I'm not gonna say anything yet, because just look at what happened last week.
and a tire got away at the front of the car.
Yeah, watch this right front tire to get over here, right in to that fuel guy's way, interferes with the guy in front of them, big trouble.
Actually did clip the 2 crewmen from that shot.
And this is from inside Suarez's car. You'll see that tire roll away into the fueler. of Corey LaJoie's car ahead. So
24 in lead lap at the moment.
3 of which were for speeding. As we're coming up on halfway in about
Priest is the last car on the lead lap.
Priest again, trying to hold back Kyle Larson. This will be the 3rd time that we've seen this. Each of the previous 2 times he has gotten the free pass and got back on the lead lap. See how he fares this time.
Only one caution due to an incident. SVG getting loose inside of Cody Ware. Went around.
I love to hear the in-car right there, being able to listen to him work the throttle.
Stage 1 was caution free for those that were not here for that. It was caution free.
Yes, he was able to stay with it down here. 3 and 4.
Roman led the opening laps till Larson took over, and Larson's basically been in control since.
Didn't quite do it. You heard him walk.
It's pretty wild to watch the way that he raises his hand up on that steering wheel going into the corner.
I thought the same thing. What is that?
Yeah, his right hand.
I'm not sure.
Never done that before.
He's got his steering wheel upside down.
He's got an oblong steering wheel.
And it looks like that car is tight. Just
Probably the one that acts most like a road course. I would think Pocono.
Yesterday, he seems to have a quicker ratio steering rack than a lot of the drivers because he doesn't need to turn the wheel as much. Driver choice.
Ooh.
Cole Custer up top. Custer 2 laps down. And Larson moves on.
Bell and Hocevar.
Christopher Bell moving up to 4th spot on Hocevar.
I've been watching Christopher Bell, and he's methodically getting back up through here. I think that is...
Well, stretch by tracks. Those tracks are a crapshoot as it is, Sonic, so...
Driver to move around. You need these dirt drivers.
Yeah,
they're capable of watching this racetrack, moving around, finding the grip, because you know that traction compound is eventually going to wear out on the bottom. Doesn't surprise me you see 2 of the best dirt racers in the field, Kyle Larson and Christopher Bell, running right here at the front.
Bell did win the dirt race here in 23. The last dirt race.
Christopher Bell in 4th, Ty Gibbs in 7th, Chase Briscoe in 8th, Tyler Reddick 10th.
Did the $5 bet with my coworker this week, and right now my only best shot is Bell. He's got Hamlin and Larson, so my best shot is Bell.
Than the rest of the racetrack in that top lane.
For that.
Got bigger chunks taken out of the concrete, so it tends to take a little bit longer to get that rubber in, but once it does, it's like a light switch, and these guys are going to be hunting the top of that track. And if the PJ1 on the bottom of the racetrack wears out a little bit and just loses just a touch of speed, that's when that top lane is really going to be the dominant lane.
And you can see that on the outside, exactly what you're talking about. You see the shiny way up high. They get in there.
As far going to see if you can get Hamlin here. Does.
Back off, Kevin. Back in the day, you used to rim right on the outside. From the middle to the outside, you'd ride the wall, can find really good speed up there. I had to diamond the corner kind of the way they are now.
Now, Bell and Hocevar, they're trying to move forward. They're going to have to go to the bottom because Daniel Suarez, a lap down, is up there in that top lane. That orange car is Suarez.
Look how much rubber's up there on that outside.
I would love to see them run the dirt again. If you're asking me.
He and Hocevar both are rolling pretty good.
To do one race on the regular concrete, one race on the dirt.
40 laps. They're all inside the top 13 right now. The only one that's cracked inside of them is Ryan Blaney in that 12.
And we see that. We just covered that with Blaney. You know he's going to go to the front. I don't care if it's old tires, new tires, whatever the case may be. But that boy's going to the front.
But surprising that he's the only one that's been able to crack the top dozen of the cars that stayed out.
They don't matter. They mattered yesterday.
Clint, I always felt like the 2 ends of these racetracks had a little bit different grind as you go and you watch Chase Briscoe. Let's see, and just like I'm driving, I'm trying to figure out which end of the track he's on here. Yeah,
that's
so
3 and 4
now he's in 3 and 4. But I always felt like the grind, the way that the track was ground in 3 and 4 kind of went with the direction of the corner in the middle 1 and 2. Down here in the top where you see Blaney up in the top lane right there, there's a bump right in the middle of the corner, and there's another bump about 3/4 of the way up off the corner in that high lane. But I always felt like that grinding at the top in 3 and 4 allowed you to kind of give it more partial throttle and power through the center of the corner. that corner was diamond ground and cut the concrete surface.
You go back to 1 and 2, turn 2 actually. That bump over there, it depended on
Good run going for Ty though. For 54.
You were always able to get around that bump, ride the wall a little bit.
And we keep talking about that needed good runs to break that bad streak he had going. Seems like the last 2 weeks, last week and this week.
This racetrack at this time of year, turns 1 and 2, at least to this point of the day, have been hotter. The concrete's been hotter than up in turns 3 and 4, which was partially shaded.
Well, to what you're saying right there, that's why it started rubbering up, and that outside line, it did come in a little bit faster in 1 and 2 than 3 and 4.
Well, you're really starting to be able to.
5 to go. Stage 2.
Get ready to go by. You saw the exit of turn 4 right there. And now what'll happen as you start to run that top lane, the exits of these corners, you see some of the debris from the tires.
Yeah, rubber.
Yeah, don't go up there. That's
don't
too high.
jump the cushion.
And it will grab you and just suck you right into that fence.
I was going to say, somebody as high as it is in both corners, right in the apex of the corner.
Ooh, Herb's fighting.
The wall, jump that cushion and get in the fence.
You're about to see Kyle Larson get impatient with Riley Herbst there, who swept up the race.
He was fighting.
To the line that Larson wanted.
3 laps left to the stage.
Drop into the inside.
He's got such a lead now, he can afford some patience. Just be patient inside that car. You gotta have time with these lappers. Time them, be patient with them, get the job done.
Herbst going 2 laps down here, and Nemechek just ahead.
That's another reason. It's one thing to go 1 lap down. You go 2 laps down here, you're in big trouble. Slide job, how about that?
You see him just drive up there and block that lane from Riley Herbst, and that's just like, hey, I'm done with this. I'm moving up here.
Last lap, stage 2. Well, last week it was all William Byron through the first 2 stages. This week, it's been all Kyle Larson.
66 stage wins.
Larson wins stage 2.
For first on the all-time list.
But Hocevar holds it off over his teammate.
2 stages halfway at Bristol. And the pit crew's getting ready to go to work.
You know what? I'm going to do it again this week. I know I did it last week. I'm going to do it again this week.
An MSC cruise isn't just a vacation, it's a holiday full of Caribbean style.
At least from what we've seen.
Come on, Balloon. There are a ton of football matches. Games, football games. Woo! You ready for some adrenaline? How's Ball ready? How high is that? So high. Privacy. Gelato. Froyo. Architecture. Sharkitecture. That is a big hat. It's American.
Half this race to go, half of it down.
Don't you mean holiday?
My bad.
We should stop now.
Yeah.
Kylie, Kelsey, are you drinking?
I've had so many of these today. I wish they would make a huge keg. Liquid Death is taking my favorite water from actual mountains and putting it in a limited edition keg. Drink up. Why, yes, officer, I have been drinking. For 2.
This is what
That was a Liquid Death commercial.
Just one Aleve. 12 hours of uninterrupted joint pain relief. Aleve. Strength to last 12 hours.
Man, I am shocked. I'm shocked at the point spread right now.
With Pro Plan Sport, incredible happens here.
That's a big gap.
But it starts.
That's a big gap.
Pro Plan Sport, advanced nutrition for strength and stamina.
Big difference. Big swing.
Or the Cardinals take on Juan Soto and the Mets. Saturday at 4 Eastern on Fox. The Memphis Showboats touchdown. Take on the Michigan.
So it's almost 3-1. 3-1 in favor of the field right now. In terms of the channel point prediction.
Talladega
I say that, now it's starting to swing. It's like, you guys always seem to listen to me, too. It's amazing how much what I say can influence which way that swings. Well, too much water at once can kill you, BRK. You could drink five bottled waters over the course of a day is not going to hurt you. Now 5 water bottles at once? Yeah, that's gonna... That may hurt you at some point, but...
In the end, it comes down to these scenarios.
It's all about how much you do at once.
Executed again in that high-pressure situation. We saw during the day, once again, we saw a lot of miscues on pit road. So we covered it during the race. So we see the technique that those guys are using on the pit stop, and
somebody else has already.
Victory lap, getting in the pit stall.
One of the Twitch channels I follow has already moved to IndyCar.
Off pit road. There's a lot of little pieces, and as all this migrates closer and closer together, it's executing all these crumbs to put yourself in a position to take advantage of a scenario like they did at the end and win the race.
One of the best podcasts in NASCAR. Join Kevin every Tuesday and Thursday. Kevin Harvick's Happy Hour, presented by Echo Park Automotive. Wherever you get your podcasts. Now, we take a look at the top 5 right now. Larson, Bowman, Bell, Hocevar, and Hamlin. According to our pit crew rankings, the way they would come off pit road would be Hamlin, Bowman, Larson, Bell, Hocevar. We'll see how it turns out.
Well, the way this race is playing out here, that's where the money's going to be made.
You
No
didn't include
mistake.
the 5 there. Remember, he's got a new pit crew, right?
Yeah, complete different crew.
Remember, under caution, everybody enters the pits at turn 2 and exits at turn 1.
Larson's going to have a bit of advantage because he had 2 lap cars between himself and Bowman.
25. Happy 100th to the Goodyear blimp.
Pits ain't open this time.
Pit road not yet open.
Yeah, they've taken a lot of time to clean the racetrack up on all of these cautions to get those marbles off of that top groove on the entry and exit. So, you know, from a driver's standpoint, you're paying attention to that because you.
The predictions come about a little closer to even now.
On that PJ1 on the bottom of the racetrack and that traction compound to be able to tell where that rubber's built up on those sections.
Look how you can see where they've ground down there, and then where
Not quite even, but closer to even than what it was. Initially, it was about 3-1 in favor of the field.
That ground surface, and you get the rubber burnt into that, it is rip and rip, baby.
So sweepers working hard in turns 1 and 2.
And here they come.
At the top of the screen, and this time pit road is open. Kyle Larson leads them in. Regan.
Carson Hocevar in the 77's car is very good right now. So good, they almost contemplated staying out, opted not to. They didn't want to be exposed. The 7 car, Justin Haley, a little bit too edgy as the cars have moved up the racetrack. And the 20 car, Christopher Bell, who's going to come around.
Well, once the prediction is done, I would love to hear from the ones that chose that second option and why they think, what they think is going to keep Larson from winning this race.
Kyle Larson has a brand new pit crew. That was official last week at Darlington, but they crashed so early, didn't get many reps together. So far, so good today. Kyle saying the car is fine, just a little tighter there, but we're close, and the car is consistent. Meanwhile, the 48, a couple of complaints there, don't have great front turn is what he said. Also wants a little more right rear security in that car.
Larson Screws are going to win the race off. Bowman teammates drag race.
Kevin, we both saw it. The 20 car really took off out of his box fast, and I saw him slow up a bunch.
Here's how close it was for third.
Actually, all 3 Gibbs cars.
And Hocevar 5th.
All 4 Gibbs cars up there, too.
Kyle Larson doing what William Byron did last week in Darlington, winning stages 1 and 2.
Like I said, after what I saw last week, I'm really, really hesitant about giving this race to, really, really hesitant whether to give this race to Larson yet, because of just because of what happened last week.
Froyo.
I mean, we saw what happened last week, so.
It's American. Of course it's big.
What a vacation.
Don't you mean holiday?
My bad.
We should stop now.
Yeah.
From racetrack to road, Mobile One Motor Oils make whatever you drive more beautifully.
This is what joint pain looks like when you keep moving with Aleve. Just one Aleve, 12 hours of uninterrupted joint pain relief. Aleve, strength to last 12 hours.
With Pro Plan Sport, incredible happens here. But it starts here. Pro Plan Sport, advanced nutrition for strength and stamina.
That's okay, Ham. I put him in timeout.
So hold it up high. You might not be related, but you're still family. You don't just give an extra hand. You give your whole heart and a whole lot of muscle. Because it feels good to raise up the community that raised you. You are a fighter, and this is your reward. Modelo, the mark of a fighter.
What's that, Ham? What's that? What are you saying?
Problem, big bro.
You want to join them? Okay, you can go join the bots.
Danny DeVito? What did you do with our uncle?
Well, that doesn't matter. This is a commercial for Jersey Mike's. What matters most are these sub bowls.
Wait, has Danny DeVito been my brother my whole life?
I guess so. Don't tell Mom. Your favorite sub, hot or cold in a bowl. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
Down to the pits with Jamie Chris here and Denny Hamlin, the wave around just a moment ago.
Well, I'm not timing anybody out in here, Bumble. I'm having fun with my buddies that are in Discord right now. So.
Denny Hamlin and his pit crew to win the race. Now Larson trying to do, I guess, what his teammate last week couldn't do when Aaron led through the first two stages and continued to roll. Here comes the highlight, and lap 40 is where Larson took the lead from his teammate and pole sitter Bowman. Remember, he dominated last fall. One stage one stage two. Not a whole lot of action. We've had some pit problems for some teams. Cody Ware and Shane Van Gisbergen bringing out the caution flag. John Hunter Nemechek lost a wheel. But this looks like an emotional ride for a dominant driver who's run well here all weekend in Kyle Larson, or what could shake things up a little bit.
Well, I like Ty Gibbs, and you just think about the tough start to the season for the 54 team. Finished in the top 10 last week at Darlington, ran 9th. He ran 7th in that stage. Pitts crew gained him 2 spots. I think he's in a really good position right here, and I don't view Gibbs as a guy that's going to go out and win, but they need some consistency and start building some momentum with that team.
Yeah, the last 3 Bristol races, they've wrapped up with green flag racing over the last 120 laps or more.
I think it was a.
Back to the booth.
I can't remember if it was my. I can't remember if it was my Game Boy Color or if it was the PlayStation 2.
Larson maxing out with 20. 11 drivers now taking the wave around to get a lap back as they are ahead of the race leader behind the pace car, which is going to wait and pick up Kyle Larson. 6 of those drivers will wave around back to the lead lap. Noah Gregson is one of those. Chris Buescher, Nemechek, Jones, also Gilliland and Logano wave back to the lead lap.
No, it's a little kind of frustrating. They didn't get to tear off all the way off, Kevin.
Yeah, and
that, aggravating.
That definitely bothers you as the driver, but
I had Pokemon Blue, which I still have. I still have my Game Boy Color. I still have Pokemon Blue. NASCAR 2000 was on that.
And Ryan Preece has a lock on.
What else did I have?
Getting his lap back.
I'd have to dig through my closet to tell you what I had for it, but
nobody else has had a free pass.
What motorsport? BRB? Are we talking NASCAR? Just NASCAR? active NASCAR right now.
Above their weight. You know, we had them second and third in the group, and they come out 1-2. Hamlin third.
Well, the other car that's really making up some time on pit roads right behind Alex Bowman, that 54 car, Ty Gibbs, now restarting
All right.
in third place. Both stops.
2:35 to go as we get the green.
Move up to the second row on the choose. Here we go, stage 3.
It's probably my radio port. Most likely it's the radio. I can't hear it right now because the way my headphones are. I can't hear my radio.
And Denny's car rifled around that outside.
Blaney, Larson, Bell, Bubba,
Way up track and loses 3 spots.
Josh Berry. That would be my 5 PBR.
His teammate for 4th.
Oh, Bell!
Same exact spot that Briscoe about lost it. Right.
Nice save.
Yeah, and from a driver's standpoint, you see that clean racetrack. You have fresh tires on the race car, and you're just constantly testing that grip to let that car roll a little bit faster, feed it a little more throttle, and it just snaps on Christopher Bell.
And here comes William Byron into the picture. He is a player for the first time today.
Those Spire cars aren't going away.
That 20 car right there. Just
Been in the top 10 all day today.
Happens so fast right here at Bristol, Clint.
This is all from 5th on back.
You saw them getting in the corner door to door or at equal speed, right? And he let off the brake, let that car roll around there, and it rolled right out from underneath of him.
Could try to get Bell here.
And Blaney probably leads the league in numbers of cars passed this year. Boy, Darlington, all he
Hamlin trying to stay close to Larson.
Only one that could all day long.
Yeah, it looks like right now Christopher Bell is struggling with his car being loose.
Still loose,
yeah.
And here comes Byron. This is only the 9th lap he has spent in the top 10 all day.
Third best right now, the Hendrick car is Byron.
That he wanted to have yesterday, but William Byron saw him last week, led a bunch of laps, and when they don't qualify up in the front and have those dominant cars like this, they grind away and they put themselves in position to be able to get closer to being in contention at the end of a race.
Well, Byron came in here with a sizable point lead. In fact, enough that he could take a race off and still be the point leader.
Steady Eddie, baby.
He's got the consistency right now.
Keep an eye on Blaney. I know we just talked about him, but got this track position back. We know he's going to be fast. Takes me back earlier. I was listening to Hamlin, a little bit tight. You know, he freed up a little bit with his changes on his car, and more than likely that teammate of his, Christopher
Ooh,
Bell,
Hocevar.
maybe just went a little bit too much with his.
Looked like he dirt tracked it there out of 4 a little bit.
Later on in this run.
Well, the other thing that's happening right now, Clint, we're starting to see a lot of shade on the back straightaway. It's starting.
Yes, I have, Sonic. I got a couple of Madden games.
Carson Hocevar right here, starting to go in. We talked about 1 and 2 being in the sun all day.
And that's got to be wearing out, doesn't it, Kevin?
Well, the bottom is definitely going to probably lose a little bit of grip as we get towards the end.
I'd have to double check for you. I know I got at least 1 for PC, and the rest were console. I think it was 2 for console.
With some of these cars, it doesn't take much to get the handling outside of where it needs to be one way or the other.
Shane Van Gisbergen has taken his car behind the wall, joining Josh Bilicki.
The only 2 cars off the track right now, SVG and Bilicki.
You know, Kevin, it's a good point. And as I heard you say that, typically as a leader, when you dominate a race like Kyle Larson has, a 239 of the 279 laps ran, you get complacent. I don't want to change anything. I usually say that. Today, a little bit different. He is moving around because he has to get around this lap traffic. He's been on the bottom. He's been in the middle, on the top, crossing over, slide jobs. He's done it all as he's navigating through lap traffic.
220 laps to go. We're flat out at Bristol with a minimum of caution flags, and Kyle Larson leading the majority of this race.
Larson's pretty much been in control of this thing from the start. So.
It was a hard football journey, being a zero-star recruit. Keeping my head down, just keep working.
I tried everything to lose weight, and then I found this.
Weight Watchers members lose up to 56% more weight when combining our points program with weight loss medication.
This time, it just feels right.
Hey, what's up, roomie? I got us some Jersey Mike subs.
Danny DeVito?
Yes.
Are you my freshman roommate?
And it doesn't matter. This is a Jersey Mike's commercial where the subs matter most. I mean, look how big that is. Eat that for lunch and for dinner. Look, Brenton. You want a Jersey Mike's?
Introduce us to your new roommate.
It's Danny DeVito.
That's mine. Don't touch it. Where the subs matter most. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
Wildlife alert. It's out of sight. The last episode before the finale will keep you guessing
This is not an even playing field.
until the very end.
Her heart rate is actually a sign of her starvation.
Extracted. All new 2 hours.
We're the real human beings. Please stand up.
And the Dodgers battle the Rays. Or the Cardinals take on Juan Soto and the Mets. Saturday at 4 Eastern on Fox. The Memphis Showboats. Touchdown! Is all part of the Fox Football Extravaganza. Friday at 8 Eastern.
Well, now Larson leads the channel point prediction by about 9,300 votes, 9,330. Is the lead for Larson in the channel point prediction. Nope. Get a few more votes Larson's way. A few more points his way.
.10 laps to go in the Food City 500 at Bristol Motor Speedway. Kyle Larson has made this his playground, leading 252 laps. Alex Bowman's been out front for 39. Driven by speed, Keanu Reeves versus Cody Jones. An inside behind-the-scenes look.
Again, I'm
Keanu Reeves and Dude Perfect's Cody Jones' quest to compete in the high-stakes Toyota GR Cup at Indianapolis. 9:30 tonight, Eastern Time on FS1.
Well, guys, bad news for our pole sitter. Listen up.
Who's wheel? We're down to some. The engine's going south. I don't know if it's cylinder or engine, but he definitely says it's blowing up. So it's definitely down on power.
That is a major bummer.
Bowman restarted second. He's now fallen to 13.
Probably had a top 5 car had it stayed healthy.
Maybe Austin Dillon here.
Them's the brakes.
Meanwhile, Chase Briscoe up to 8th on Justin Haley. They started.
And all 4 Gibbs cars in the top 10. Top 8, actually.
Solid day. You see that tear off on Haley's car still right in the middle of his vision, but Joey Logano, he's in big trouble right here. One of those cars that did the wave around, and now Kyle Larson has put him a lap down.
He's not the only one. There is a bunch of cars bunched up together right in front of your leader.
I know, this is going to be the test for Larson. He's got a bunch of cars in front of him right now. A double file in front of him, too.
34 in trouble, dropping down to pit road. Todd Gilliland. I believe he was one of those cars that took the wave around. Those cars have
This is where you got to be smart if you're Larson.
tires than the drivers who stopped at this last caution flag. Gilliland on the back pit has to come all the way around on the apron.
Well, with the way that this
Yep.
race is going right now, we've seen a lot of green flag runs up until this point. So now you're going to see, as you see Todd Gilliland going down pit road.
All right, watching from Chris Buescher, the BuildSubmarines.com cam. As
Well, 200 to go.
to put him a lap down.
This car's starting.
Oh, and it's starting to smoke.
Guys. It's gonna grenade soon. He's losing a lot.
Missing grenades. That might be a yellow.
Blue smoke, never good, Larry.
Smoking now.
Yeah, I was watching his lap times. I was watching his lap times. If there's one track you can get by being a little bit down on horsepower, this is it. As long as it doesn't just completely go away. Todd Gilliland.
Yeah, it's going though.
Fuel complaining about fuel pressure. He had last pitted at lap.
If it's starting to smoke, it's gonna go.
This thing's really starting to lay down. It ain't gonna be long.
Yeah, I didn't mind it so much until that smoke started coming out the exhaust pipe.
Especially on like at Bristol, when it's, you know, because of the banking, you just don't lose a lot of speed, and the corners keep a lot of momentum. Jamie, what do you got?
Yeah, they're talking to their driver, Alex Bowman, right now. They're telling him about the smoke, giving him a game plan. You also saw there's a game plan with the mechanics up on top of the box.
Smoke isn't that bad yet, but
From Larson's team, a number from Byron's team, they're already with helmets on when their 48 driver decides to take that hard left and come on down.
Thanks, Jamie. Well, up at the front of the field, Yogi Berra said, looks like deja vu all over again. We'll take the script from last fall's race when Kyle Larson took the lead from Alex Bowman on lap 33 and led almost all the rest of the laps and won. Today, Larson took the lead from Bowman on lap 40, has swept the stages and led ever since.
wow. I mean, literally, the only difference between the race last fall and today is the fact this race is in the day.
And the Silver Fox, David Pearson, to move to 9th all-time in laps led at Bristol.
What a difference a few races make. We've got this 54 car running way better than we started the year, Kevin. He is right there running down the second place teammate of his, Denny Hamlin, in 11 car.
That's the car that might be on the move right now. Is Ty. Ty's catching his teammate.
You know, put the resources, time and effort and everything that goes into turning a team around is not easy. But we've seen this 54 car over the last several weeks be able to put themselves in position to qualify better, to have some decent finishes, which puts you into a different practice group. Now you're
Carson ended up better than his teammate.
Success in the past of being able to put up results, lead laps, and here we are with 191 laps to go with Ty Gibbs.
I'm telling you, the momentum has shifted for this 54 team.
But Ty Gibbs doing a great job today.
You know, watching Kyle Larson lap cars, and Chris Buescher has been able to kind of maintain pace with Larson. Buescher has gone a lap down, but until a lap ago, he was within about 4 car lengths of the race leader. Now he's dropped back a little bit, but he was like matching Larson's line and moving past slower cars with him. Now Buescher goes to the top of the racetrack, and I guess
Well, not a good day, a great day, which is what they're doing right now, running top 3. A good day would have been what they had last week at Darlington, end up P9. A great day is what they need to kind of start turning things even further around.
Rinky, I've done so many of these today. I wish they would make a huge cat. Liquid Death is taking my favorite water from actual mountains and putting it in a limited edition keg. Drink up. Why, yes, officer, I have been drinking. For 2.
Hey, what's up, roomie? I got us some Jersey Mike subs.
Danny DeVito? Are you my freshman roommate?
And that doesn't matter. This is a Jersey Mike's commercial where the subs matter most. I mean, look how big that is. We need that for lunch and for dinner. Hey, we're gonna eat that. Hey, who let the rents in? You want a Jersey Mike's?
Introduce us to your new roommate.
It's Danny DeVito.
Don't touch it. Where the subs matter most.
It'd be awesome to have Danny DeVito as a roommate. Come on, it's Danny DeVito. Kelsey, or was it Kate? No. Kelsey's last name. Fuck, I should know her first name. Because I've watched the clips from the podcast with Jason and Travis. Their thing they do.
Roll up your sleeves to roll out the red carpet. Because the end of the night for you is the beginning of the rest of their lives. You are a fighter, and this is your
Kylie.
Medella.
Kylie.
Saturday baseball returns this weekend at
Too many Ks. Ah, we don't want to go there, Corey. We don't want to go there.
179 laps to go. Kyle Larson leading Denny Hamlin by 1.7 seconds. However, back in third place, Ty Gibbs is going to be under fire from Carson Hocevar and Ryan Blaney.
Yes, sir. There he is.
Yeah, both of those cars of Carson Hocevar and Ryan Blaney, they were making a lot of speed on the top of the racetrack. As you see Carson go to the bottom now, so
there's where the battle is right now.
To defend that 77, he's going to have to get up top and make that pace like those guys were able to make. Now, when this top group comes in like this, and we've seen that speed start to be a little more dominant on the top than the bottom, that changes things. And now you can use the bottom to pass, but it's so hard to finish the pass when that grip strip on the bottom has worn off.
Uh-oh, slow cars. Now you got Cody Ware there. You've got Cole Custer on the bottom. And Cody Ware right there, just in front of this battle for third place. Where are they going to go?
It's literally just like, I'm looking at this, it's like it's just last week at Darlington. Because, there's been great battles on the track, just not for the lead.
Then Gibbs running that outside. As soon as he trapped them on the bottom, matcher lap times.
And those two wide, slower cars have brought William Byron into that battle as well. Regan.
Well, Mike, what a methodical day for William Byron in the 2014.
Look at this battle right now. You got basically 4 cars here battling for this third position.
So far this run, he's been quiet on the radio, hasn't said anything to the team, but up 20 spots from where he started in 26. A very good day.
Very much so. Beautiful Sunday at Bristol Motor Speedway, and in pre-race we remembered the loss of Shiggy Hattori, IndyCar racer and champion truck owner, Al Pierce, who covered 56 Daytona 500s, many of those for Auto Week, and Hendrick Motorsports publicist John Edwards, all of whom passed away this week. In their memory, how about on Fox? Let's just rank it up.
And it's tightened up for second place, that's for sure.
.162 laps to go. We're riding with Kyle Busch. He's in 15th place, 10 seconds back of the leader as you watch from the Cheddar's onboard cam. Kyle did a nice job of rebounding. from that speeding penalty back at the end of stage 1 at lap 125 to get himself into the top 15 here. Battle for fourth is still the good one. There on the bottom, Carson Hocevar, and on the top, Ryan Blaney, behind the 54 of Ty Gibbs in third. So instead of showing you car commercials, we're going to stay right here for commercial-free racing from Bristol, and we're going to go Toyota All Out. Jamie?
Well, we're talking a lot about Ty Gibbs today so far. It's been a rough start to the season, but finally...
You know, at this point, it's going to take either an issue for that 5 car or an issue on pit road, because top to bottom, they look like they've got the best car right now. 4-second lead. Pretty much been... We've only had 2 leaders today, Bowman and Larson.
And now that he's passed those lap cars, he's got a clear view of Denny Hamlin just ahead in second, and he's closing on the 11.
Well, both of those cars are up and down the racetrack. I think as you look at the cars behind them, it'd be best for the 11 and 54 to run up the racetrack. I think
Ross Chastain cracking the top 10, sitting there 9th.
Christopher Bell, they're back in 7th, along with teammate Chase Briscoe right behind him.
Yeah, and we saw Bell a couple runs ago kind of lose the handling of his car, lose the back of the car. Chase Briscoe's having a great day today. He's been able to, and that's what they need. They just need these solid, good, consistent days to be able to run in the top 10, get that consistency, get that notebook of the common denominators that are different from what
That's going to have to be when they pit then, Joker, because he's not going to do it on tire. This is not a high tire wear race. So the question is going to be just when they decide to pit is what's going to decide that. And what the pit crews do, making up time just through the stop. I think Bowman finally brought it to pit road. I seen him on the below there on the apron. I think he finally brought it to pit road.
Run up at the top of the racetrack and make lap time with all the different variables in the racetrack. We would expect more out of the 54 or 45 car than what they've been able to put up today. He and the 23 really
had a good shot to win at Darlington, but the car kind of fell out from under him in the closing laps there. So Denny Hamlin in second, leading among the Toyotas, with Gibbs right behind in third. Thanks to Toyota for providing us with more green flag action here from Bristol with Toyota All Out. 150 laps to go. Alex Bowman has taken his car to the center of the infield.
Yep, finally pulled it behind the wall.
Engine issue there. He said he dropped a cylinder, and apparently
I think it finally gave out.
Larry, looks like the wave around cars, the cars that took that wave around back at the last caution flag and have 75 more laps on their tires than the cars that stopped. Looks like those wave around cars are starting to pit.
Yeah, Mike, they had last pitted somewhere around lap 182 to 184. If they were full when they last pitted, they should be able to run to about lap 350 to 355, so we're right there right now. This is in the window. All of our leaders that pitted back on lap 258, they can go probably to lap 435, 440, so they got a ways they can run. You don't want to make a green flag pit stop here unless you have to.
Yep.
So that would include all of the cars in positions 1 through 22 that all stopped at the stage break after stage number 2. The cars pitting now are all 1 or more laps down, including Eric Jones.
And this is not something that you typically do, have to make a green flag stop at Bristol. Obviously, at the first race last year, they did that. But getting onto the right pit road, you can get a little bit disoriented as to where you are on this racetrack.
Well, they're not going to pit for another... It's going to take a while before we see them hit pit road.
Speaking of creep up on you, these cars that are going to have brand new tires when they fire off, we're going to be a lot faster than our leaders, perhaps. Perhaps.
Leaders are still running 1590s.
Okay.
That's pretty much where we took off, Kevin.
Well, I mean, we have seen some of these cars, you know, with their fastest lap in Kyle Larson's was really fast, but Denny Hamlin's was.
Ooh, I don't know who that was.
On lap 267. So there is.
Jesse Love hit pit road.
The tires.
I just saw Ty Gibbs shoot between those two lap cars, and it was like threading a needle coming out of turn number 4. He was hammered down on a mission. That kid, he is going for it today. Now here's Ryan Blaney.
He may be going for it, but the problem is he's over 4 seconds back of the leader.
So you can hear his heart rate in that car. It's elevated.
Well, the two recent ones, 22 and 23, I think were better than the first one. I don't really have a favorite among those two.
Banking, the challenges of a loose race car on the bottom.
You closed about 3 seconds on him.
Yeah, I would rather be up on the top of the racetrack when I get into these long rhythm runs. I always felt like on the bottom of the racetrack it was harder to get into a rhythm, so that top racetrack, once I got into a rhythm, it was able to be more repeatable.
Here's that move I talked about with Ty Gibbs. It's like, out of my way, I am coming through.
Did you hear how fast he got back to the throttle? Not a lot of throttle off time.
Well, you got to go.
Well, I don't know what we haven't seen Larson, so I don't know what the traffic is like right now for him. So he could be in traffic right now.
And you see that there with Ty Gibbs being aggressive, getting through that lap traffic. He's got 2 guys right behind him, and if you wait, it checks you up to the point where you might lose a couple spots. There's 3 cars that he's battling with right behind him.
It's Denny Hamlin's picked the pace up. 15.84 out of him, 16.0 your leader in Larson. Denny's moved up to the top of the racetrack, right on the wall in 3 and 4, laying some pretty good lap times down. Maybe he can run him down. There's another one a little bit better than Larson, your leader.
Well, Ricky Stenhouse just went a lap down. Remember, he started on the outside of the front row and was a contender here early on. That'll leave us just 19 cars on the lead lap here.
Oh, only 19 cars on the lead lap. Last of those being, wait till it comes around here, being Austin Cindric.
Well, the leaders were last on pit road at the end of stage 2, lap 258. We're 110 laps past that now with 132 to go.
Kylie, Kelsey, are you drinking?
I've had so many of these today. I wish they would make a huge keg. Liquid Death is taking my favorite water from actual mountains and putting it in a limited edition keg. Drink up. Why, yes, officer, I have been drinking. For 2.
Just keep working. Draft night is going to mean the world to me.
Glad we got Jersey Mike's for the game.
Does our mascot look like Danny DeVito to you?
Yeah, it does. That doesn't matter. This is a commercial for Jersey Mike's, where the subs matter most. Freshly sliced right in front of you. That's what they're all about.
You on the cheer squad?
And up see those. Ooh. Oh, don't worry about me. Focus on those subs. Where the subs matter most. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
Welcome to the
Go big or go home.
There's a war on the floor.
Let's do Marvel.
It's the game-changing episode with a strategy never seen before.
She's about to do something crazy. What?
The Floor, semifinals Wednesday on Fox.
Wildlife alert.
It's out of sight.
The last episode before the finale will keep you guessing
This is not an even playing field.
until the very end.
Her heart rate is actually a sign of her starvation.
Extracted, all new 2 hours Monday on Fox.
The Memphis Showboats, touchdown! Take on the Michigan Panthers. Wow! It's all part of the Fox Football Extravaganza. Friday at 8 Eastern.
So we're into the latter stages of this race. Getting close to that 100 to go mark.
The Food City 500 at Bristol Motor Speedway, where Kyle Larson has led 339 laps, but a lot of action behind him. With Hamlin, Hocevar, Blaney, and Gibbs now the top 5.
And Gibbs lost a couple spots.
Celebrating 100 years of an American icon, the Goodyear blimp. 5th and 6th with William Byron. Behind them
Is that all the action has been basically behind the leader.
Here are the last 3 Bristol races. Number of cautions, number of leaders.
Yeah. Said it.
The lead is closing though.
54 lead changes last spring, 8 in the fall.
It's down to about a second.
All it takes is about 15 degrees difference in temperature.
And 2 today.
Oh, see some light contact right there with the wall from Carson Hocevar.
The more they move on the outside, those marbles, this tire has to go somewhere. There's 20 car on pit road.
Now here's Ross Chastain, started 35th, was all
Yeah, Chastain up to 8th now.
And his teammates. Looked like this was going to be a rough day, but he has scratched and clawed his way up to 8th. Good run, Regan.
Well, Mike, you mentioned Ross Chastain and the job that they have done today with that car. It started off really brutal. They were struggling for grip, tight with the nose, couldn't get the rear to turn. Report from Ross a little while ago, it's the best that it's been all day long. Needs a little bit of...
Yeah, Bill did hit pit road. That's the first of the leaders.
He had been too loose this entire run, as you guys had noted. They made a swing to try and make it better for this run, anticipating the track to tighten up, but finally too much, they had to come to the pits.
So Bell pitted.
I'll tell you what, they keep running like this, Rolo. I wouldn't past him winning a race. They keep running like they are.
2 laps down. Austin Cindric also pitting. Larry?
Yeah, I have no idea why they're pitting, Mike. Again, they were all on pit road at lap 258. We go back racing 265. There's not a lot of fall off, as you see now. Also, Ty Gibbs hit pit road. They are pitting very, very early than what they had to do. They should be able to go to at least lap 440.
Maybe just trying to do something different. There's no way that you're going to beat him.
Clint? Clint's absolutely right. I know Larry's saying, oh, you got to do this, but you can't beat the leader if you do what the leader does. So try something different.
Where they didn't feel comfortable running any further, as that is 2 cars from the same team. So hard to tell without all the facts, but those are a couple of the things that it could be.
Well, the Spire caution ain't going to come from the 77 or 7 at this point, Corey, because they've both been running decent today, top 10. So it ain't going to come from them.
Now here's Hamlin in.
Hamlin's in.
Gibbs cars all coming to pit road pretty much. Jamie.
Again, can't do what the leader's doing. You got to try something different. And here comes Larson.
Denny hasn't said much. Just earlier, lost overall grip, so they'll be happy to get these tires here.
Kyle Larson.
Can't do the same thing the leader's doing.
Yeah, Kyle Larson peels off. He comes down pit road as they count him down. He's been happy today. Every time they ask him what he needs, it's just not much.
These Hocevar, Blaney, Briscoe, Chastain, Haley. Well, let's see. Hamlin in relation to Larson. Right now, Larson's still with the advantage.
Very nerve-wracking up on that.
He's going to have to go because here comes Hamlin.
They can knock us out of this thing. Be careful here. Make no mistakes.
Blaney, the leader.
Caution doesn't come out.
Regan.
And you see Carson Hocevar on the right side of the screen as they have trouble.
Yeah, they both took 4.
This is going to be devastating for them. The car had been a little bit too
Yeah, Larson holds on over Hamlin. Hocevar with issues.
That's a costly air and a great race car.
That's going to suck for them. They were running top 5. Chase is in. Not really been a factor today, Chase. Basically been 16th, 17th all day today.
You lose the lead and you lose that track position, you just get behind.
Chase Elliott in, along with both the Childress cars, Childress full-time cars. Dylan and Kyle Busch, little long stop on the left side for Busch. Josh Berry is in. Justin Haley coming to pit road.
Well, you see the difference there, about a half a track advantage to your leader.
Yeah, Larson is still ahead of Hamlin. But different strategy here. The 12 staying out. Now they can go. I think they were saying to like lap 440 or so.
Some of those guys guys coming out of the
So-
race. Briscoe ran his fastest lap. Ty Gibbs ran his fastest lap. So this racetrack has some speed.
Ryan playing some contrarian strategy here.
A speed advantage right out of the gate.
So Larson comes back on track in 7th, Hamlin in 8th. If the caution flew right now, there would be 3 cars on the lead lap. Blaney, Reddick, and Wallace. Kozlowski just went a lap down, along with his teammate Ryan Preece. Stenhouse, then Larson and Hamlin.
That's what you're hoping for, right? If you're staying out now, you're in a deficit on lap times. You're praying for a caution, Larry.
Yep.
That's the only thing they can do now. And you've kind of made your bed. You need to run it long now.
Yep.
So Larson, after
You can't beat the leader the way you're running right now. Do something different, and that's exactly what they're doing. And right now, the thing is, Larson wouldn't even be the first car 1 lap down either as they run. So if caution comes out now, Larson would basically be screwed. He'd be back in traffic, which we'd have to see. I honestly would want to see a yellow because I want to see if Larson's car is good enough for him to drive back through the field. I mean, we saw what happened to Byron last week.
Extremely challenging racetrack under very difficult circumstances.
Ooh, that got tight off that corner. I may have just over-exaggerated there, but it looked like Kyle slid up in front of Joey. Got
either up and out of the way or down and out of the way, depending on what line the car is trying to lap in or running.
Which also slows you down a little bit, right? So maybe 1 or 2 of those laps probably aren't necessarily legit as far as lap times. I don't want to take away from what he's accomplished today.
Yeah, but to Mike's point, it's just he's very aware of his scenario.
That's what he has to do. His goal today was to finish all the laps, complete this race.
Tyler Reddick, one of those cars, he and Bubba Wallace that we just showed, 2 of those cars that are out there hoping for that caution.
That gap's getting smaller. Not a half a track anymore.
Well, it's about 12, almost 13 seconds first to second. Reddick
out of the race, Sonic. We're off track right now. The engine finally let go on the 54, or on the 48, so.
Have not stopped. Larry, how long can these leaders go?
As long as they were full when they pitted at lap 258, they can go about lap 440, which is another
440. So yeah, they get another 30 laps.
Well, that's the plan. It's what we're doing.
Yep.
Hoping for a caution. Can it happen? We've seen crazier things at Bristol.
Exactly. We've seen crazier things last week.
Eric Jones slowed down the front straightaway.
He's up way high as you watch from the onboard in turn 2, letting traffic by.
He was in the wall all the way around there, guys.
If he wanted to pit, he had no chance to do so on that lap, but he's staying high.
No, Allmendinger took the quickest lap from Larson.
And you see him running right up against that dark, and a lot of times when you're trying to push that groove up a little bit, sometimes you slip, and we talked about those marbles earlier. They're right on the top of that black rubber line right there, and you get up in those, and it sucks you right in.
And it was almost the caution that this guy right here.
Problem is those 2, the 60 and the 5, are trying to catch the 12 to also lap themselves too.
With the long run, I guess if you do the same thing as Kyle Larson and he's the fastest car, you're not going to beat Kyle Larson.
Yeah, I would have definitely done something totally different than the 5 and the 11 and the 54. That's exactly what these 3 or 4 teams are doing.
Exactly.
They need a caution.
Yeah, and that's the only part that I don't.
You need a yellow.
You know, you're trying to do something.
Or about to have only 2 cars on the lead lap.
Cost yourself who knows how many positions as you run this long if you have to pit under green.
Larson gets to Bubba.
Ryan Preece, and Bubba Wallace is going to go a lap down here, perhaps to Blaney, and that would put Wallace in the free pass position.
Hamlin's catching the 5 too.
Trying to run down your leader, Blaney.
Hamlin has caught Larson.
Huge difference between that 5 and the 11, not so much anymore.
I know he's catching him toward the end of that run before they hit pit road, but he's caught him. Yeah, Bubba goes a lap down, not quite.
Wallace didn't give Blaney a whole lot of room there.
He's going to get lapped right here, so now Bubba the lucky dog car.
So that will leave just Blaney and Tyler Reddick on the lead lap right now.
Ooh, look at AJ going to come through the middle there on fresh tires. And try to get one of his 2 laps back here.
The leader up top. This is going to put Allmendinger 2 laps down.
Here comes Hamlin.
You see this battle, not for the lead right now, but for 4th and 5th.
This is what I'm saying. This is the thing that could bite Larson is lap traffic.
Track ahead of that 11. How did Denny Hamlin win Darlington? Half a second faster pit stop than the 5. There you have it.
Yep. Pit crew. Pit crew put Hamlin in a position here.
Well, we heard Denny
But these two still need this thing to stay green.
strategy of how he approaches each run and breaks these races up into segments and approaches them.
We know Blaney was saying they can go at least another 20 laps, so
And that's what you see when you get to the end of these races.
these two are hoping not for a yellow the next 20 laps.
Mentally keep themselves in each chunk of the race. So these two guys, they're going to go at it again. We knew both of them were really good here at Bristol, but 1-2 here again, getting close to the end of this race.
Now here's a heartbreaker. We're riding with Ryan Preece. A moment ago we were riding with Carson Hocevar. Hocevar is as fast as Hamlin. He's keeping right pace with the number 11, but he had a 22-second pit stop, and that's why Hocevar is
That sucks for Hocevar, though.
trying to race his way, or excuse me, Hamlin trying to race his way to the lead. Here is the stop for the 77.
Preece on fresher tires than these two.
To the left side. And it comes off the jack. That's why Carson Hocevar is 2 laps down, trying to get back on to 1 down, and Hamlin is 1 down, trying to get back on the lead lap.
Guys,
A lot of times, as you
guys, that's the second place car. That's the second place car.
As good as Carson Hocevar has run today.
I think we're gonna do it. I think we're gonna do it. I think we're gonna lap the field.
to be a part of a competitive situation like that in the past. So a lot of pressure on those guys.
When he passes him, that'll be only 1 car in the lead lap.
Regan?
Mike, just out
He's there.
Ryan Blaney, over the past 25 laps, I've seen his crew guys get on the wall 3 or 4 different times like they were about to come to pit road. As of right now, they
I know, right? But still. When was the last time we've seen the entire field trapped a lap down? I don't think we've ever seen that happen, or in in recent times. So
His tires are, what, 140 laps older.
Preece is still fighting though.
Fits right here. You're watching it, but going back to the 12 car of Blaney, he's having trouble with Reddick. Reddick's taking that exit away from him and slowing him down. So both of those cars need to go. Blaney's going to be in trouble. Needs to get around this 45 so he can get that exit back and get his lap times going.
Well, no surprise, Ryan Blaney has the best long run speed driver rating of all drivers through 2025 so far.
Yeah, and we watch it week after week. I mean, he's the
We just need a break here. We need a caution.
Typically that long run speed is always there. They've just had so many things go wrong, whether it be blown engines or pit stops or wrecks or whatever it has been. It has bit this 12 car, but
Wow.
As soon as he passed that 45, went right back, got me on 15.98. Larson coming on those tires only at 15.95. Good lap times out
Wow.
of the car on old tires. Larry, what do you got?
12's about even on Larson on tires.
10 to 15 laps, and Blaney's not pitted. He's got the whole field a lap down. Yeah, Tyler Reddick would get the free pass. Everybody else would be forced to take the waiver round and have to stay out.
Oh, a caution would work
Yeah.
for this 12. And man,
We need that yellow.
after the week he had last weekend.
At this point, I don't care who the yellow is, as long as it's not Blaney. As long as it isn't Ryan, I want that yellow.
So if the caution came out, Blaney would pit, he'd get fresh tires, everyone else would wave around, they'd right start 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th right next to him, they'd just be on worn tires.
Exactly.
when you take the wave around, you cannot pit and take fresh tires. You go around the pace car, but you cannot come to pit road.
Well, no, then he'd lose that advantage, Corey. He'd lose that advantage because right now he's got the whole field a lap down.
68 laps to go.
The only car that would possibly be on equal tires with him is the car that gets the lucky dog, whoever that is. So
How long can the 12 stay see it all as we go Fox side by side.
Well, he's done well here too, Thomas. The one race that comes to mind to me is 18. 18, he had a good car and got caught up in a lap car wreck. Well, at this point, if the caution comes out, you're going to have no choice if you're a lead lap car because there's only a couple of cars on the lead lap. So you're going to have no choice but to pit.
For the checkered flag. The NASCAR Cup Series from Talladega.
Everybody else would have to take the wave around, and you can't pit when you wave around.
To the action on the track, there's something for everyone at Michigan International Speedway. Here we go. The green flag will be flying all weekend long, with 3 races and endless opportunities for a good time.
I think we're running out of time here now.
Race fans need for speed from sunup to sundown. Kick off summer with a bang and discover why a NASCAR race at Michigan,
take what's yours, baby,
is anything but slow. Get your tickets today at mispeedway.com.
We need it to happen. We need it to happen like now.
Do more than just catch up. Spring forward with a free 5G phone with select Straight Talk plans. So you can spring for those new sneakers they need. The unlimited streaming he needs.
Larson unlaps himself.
Spring for something you never knew you needed. Spring forward with real unlimited data and get a free 5G phone with select plans on America's most reliable.
Yeah, Blaney's in now. I just seen him hit the pit road. Well, it was fun while it lasted.
To tell you the truth, we could take or leave the extravagance. The attention.
Bubba's in as well.
The celebrity. The bragging.
Hey, we took a shot.
The bravado. Because all
well, we weren't gonna beat him the way we were running, so we had to do something different. Had to do something different.
What's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the $5 biggie bag with
It's like we're gonna come out.
is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen
See once
meat
it cycles here.
bacon is all the time. Duh. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
As you saw, Tyler Reddick and
P9.
came to pit road for fuel and
P9 is where we're at.
that will cycle the lead back to Kyle Larson with 58 laps to go ahead of Hamlin, Gibbs, and Briscoe. Blaney
There's only 10 cars on the lead lap.
and Reddick in 18th. Now Blaney was 4th before the pit cycle and comes out 9th here with 57 to go.
Well, I think right now it's just going to be a matter of how he can get through traffic and how many laps he can take advantage of that speed that those new tires have and where it levels off and how far he's been able to move himself forward. When we're talking about
Hamlin is still there. He's still chasing.
Denny Hamlin 1.3 seconds back.
Problem is it's go time now. I mean, you're talking 55 to go, and you're still within a second of the leader. You got to pounce on Larson. You got to go if you're going to try to get to him.
Let's take you around the turn.
I know Denny's trying to save his stuff, but you got to start using it up now if you're going to try to get to him, because that time's going to run out quick.
From Las Vegas here on FS1. And next weekend, Easter weekend, the Cup Series is off, but the Truck Series is racing at Rockingham on Good Friday, 5 p.m. Eastern on FS1.
Tell you what, Mike, our old booth mate, while we were waiting on Harvick to get his retirement out of the way, Tony Stewart, old Smoke, he's going to get him one. I've been watching him. He's getting closer and closer, getting that baby dialed in. You watch. Smoke will be in victory lane.
We're back with NASCAR on Fox in 2 weeks on Fox.
Exactly. And there's a gaggle of cars in front of Larson, too.
You can see the sustained fastest motorsport in America, IndyCar.
Ooh, 3 wide.
Long Beach today on Fox right after we're done here.
Well, you see Denny Hamlin hanging around.
I mean, he closed it within
Kyle Larson has
within half a second.
Cars right in front of him.
Yes, he does. Look at this mess.
Wow, that's everybody trying to keep from going another lap down.
And how many times have we seen Ryan
Ooh,
Preece about to be
3 wide for Larson.
being lapped?
Between Preece and the 34.
Into the picture when he gets stuck in this traffic jam. It ain't over.
Denny Hamlin trying for 3 in a row. Kyle Larson trying to break that.
No, after this, I'm done for the night.
Pretty dominating performance.
I tell you what, you get that thing in clean air, and that 5 car is a rocket ship.
Yeah. And 2 of those were stage yellows. Again, just like the fall race here last year. We're literally getting the script from last year's fall race.
They knew they were there.
The only difference being the lap that Larson took the lead from Bowman on.
And he's led the most laps since this man. Hall of Famer Cale Yarborough led 868 laps in back-to-back races at Bristol, 1976 to 77.
One interesting thing looking here that you guys just pointed out is this fastest lap right here of A.J. Allmendinger. He's been able to put himself in that position to get that point. And we talk about, as we watch Kyle Larson right there, we talk about 1 point, and you're thinking, that's not that big a deal. But Kyle Larson lost the regular season championship last year by one point. Every point matters, Clint, as much as you don't want to hear
exactly.
You preach to me every year, starting at the duels in Daytona.
Yep. You're right, Joker. Only 1 lap counts. I think if he can keep it within a second, the way Larson is kind of somewhat struggling with the traffic, might be the way he gets them.
368 laps. You sit there and watch the Larson car dominate this race, and he's only 1,700 laps led. You look at Cale Yarborough in the 4,000.
How about Chastain still? What a day for Chastain to end from where they were running. Sit there top 10. He's going to lose a spot here to Ryan, but that's a great run for that one team from where they were running. Ty Gibbs with another good run today.
Move of the race. Remember that 3 wide where he split a couple of lap cars and said, "Excuse me, pardon me, coming through. I got to go to the front."
Got to get there while you can. Saw an opening right there, shot the middle, and off he went.
Yeah. He's done a great job of getting things turned back around. This start of the season was as rough can get for him and the 54 team. You know that bothered the old coach. Coach knows how to rally people around and point this ship back in the right direction. I mean, look at this.
I knew the tires are going to be quicker, Corey, but we can't make up 11 seconds at 39 laps. That's a lot to try to ask. I know it's a smart idea, great idea to be on those fresh tires, but I just think that's too much time to be back with 30-something laps to go. If we stay green, the race is effectively between Larson and Hamlin. That's the race right now. Trust me, as the Blady guy, I wish he could drive back up there and run his way up there, but I don't know if he's got the lap time. Because hell, on as old the tires as he was matching Kyle's lap times. So
most drivers, I think, if you're not those guys that you're talking about, you're like, okay.
I don't think it's as much a gain to be able to get there.
That I'm focused in a rhythm, because at this point in during the race, a lot
Hey,
of times you feel
Corey, if he gets the 3rd, I'll take that 3rd place finish. I'll take that 3rd place finish after our initial strat did work.
In the race on these long runs is at a pretty high level.
All right, we're going to give you a second to
I mean, he's trying.
with our last side-by-side.
I'd like to see let's see if I can pull up the lap times, see what the lap times are. I just don't think he's making up enough time to be able to run him down.
After starting the season with back-to-back wins.
Yeah, he's only about a 10th quicker than Larson, so I don't think he has enough to get to Larson, but he's probably going to get a couple of them. No, and then the lap times are about even, so you're not gaining that much on those fresh tires.
Motorsports isn't complicated.
Like I said, at this point, if we stay green,
Toyota guys who
The race is effectively between Larson and Hamlin.
fast cars. Like this one and this one, definitely this one. And they all have great drivers, ones that win, like win a lot. Look at all these legends. The hottest drivers right now are him.
Also, I got to shout out Chase Briscoe.
Part of a big happy family of speed teams.
And we talk about the other two Gibbs cars. We talk about Hamlin and Gibbs running second and third. Briscoe sitting there running fourth.
Rory never thought she would live out.
Gibbs has got 3 of the top 4.
She did. You were made to chase your passions. We were made to put them in a package.
Welcome back to Papa John's. I find other things in life, like ordering more to save more off the Papa Parents menu. It's all $6.99. You got a brownie.
Why are you whispering? We're making you Papa pairings for $6.99 each. Better ingredients, better pizza, Papa John's.
Liberty Mutual is all she talks about since we saved hundreds by bundling our home and auto insurance.
It's pronounced Biberty. Biberty. Nice try, kid. Only pay for what you need.
Welcome to more where that came from. More back-to-backs. More epic last laps.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Hamlin's gaining anything right now.
More bumps and bruises.
This one just may be over if we stay green.
More Lone Star Showdowns. More Heartland Heartstoppers. Welcome to the edge of your seat. Welcome to NASCAR.
25 laps to go here in Bristol. A weekend off, and then we go to Talladega. Join us for the Jack Links 500 pre-race, 1:30 Eastern on FS1. Continuing at 2 on Fox, and the green flag on Fox at 3 p.m. Eastern Sunday, April 27th.
Off next weekend. I'll enjoy my off week.
Hamlin separated by 1.2 seconds. Hamlin that lap half a tenth quicker than Larson, but just 23 laps to find a way.
He's going to have to go quicker than what he is. Denny's not gaining as much time as I think he needs to if he's going to get to him.
It takes is one slip up, and one slip up could be this car in front of you, leader Larson. Eric Jones has bounced off the wall at least 12 times, and he's right in front of him. Larson, probably a good move to be on the bottom there.
Well, you see, sorry, Mike, you see the back of that car, of Larson's car, kind of slip off the bottom right there off of turn 2. We saw it the lap before off of turn 4, so.
Did it again right there.
Different times. Hamlin's slightly quicker.
His job is to put
Nope.
as many cars
Now Larson quicker.
and Denny Hamlin.
Just I don't. God damn it. It's okay. I'll bring you back up real quick. I realize it's been that long for it to do that.
A foot at a time, and it takes multiple corners to make that pass.
Yeah, it's going to take a big moment out of Larson here for Hamlin to catch him.
Logano's going to go 4 laps down. He's had a tough weekend. Got into the wall in qualifying, started 38, made a lot of gains, but been a rough day for the defending series champ. Larry, 17 to go.
Mike, I threw that damn piece of paper away 100 laps ago in the trash. But the trend of 2025, 8 races, we've had 3 overtime finishes. Remember that late race caution at Darlington last week?
Yeah, I don't think
Exactly.
Hasn't been on in the last 16. But I like
But
where your head's at.
you never know. That's why we run these things out.
You see the 43 bounce off the wall there again.
It's been a recurring theme.
Yeah. Well, and right now we have a lot of fatigued drivers. We have a lot of guys, you know, that are at the end of their energy level. So if you're going to have a mistake, these are the moments that it could happen.
I'll tell you what's amazing. Go back to Ryan Blaney. Him staying out. We all thought that was a big risk gamble. He was running.
Yeah, they're going to end up. Ryan's going to end up probably top 10, or top 10 easily, top 5 possibly here as he's catching Byron.
Didn't lose much at all, and had a big time gamble that could have dominated, won him the race in a big way. Pinned everybody a lap down.
So we've had 8 races this year.
Larson looking for his second win in 2025.
Happened with a half half a dozen laps to go or less. Ooh. Not a trend, just a fact.
11 to go.
Still 11 to go here. Very methodical with your lap cars. Have a good lead here. Nice pad behind you.
The only flag that Larson wants to see is the white flag.
Just ahead. Brad moving underneath Chris Buescher, and they got it kind of log jammed here. Larson's got to go to work here to get by them both. Nope. Buescher slips up the racetrack. Larson makes the easy pass.
I mean, he hasn't really had like a true roadblock in front of him either.
The jam now is actually behind this group for Denny Hamlin, so Larson has done most of the hard work.
Well, unless we see what happened at Pocono in 21, I don't think that 11 car or that 5 car is going to lose this race.
Stretch this lead as Denny Hamlin has to work through the next 5 cars. Better a lap down.
We've only got 9 of them on the lead.
Ooh, he got loose! Oh, did he get... Oh, he got loose. I don't know if he clipped it, but... Damn, he got loose there. He did. Wasn't that hard, but... Man, he definitely nipped it. He got loose. I seen that going into 1. I was like, oh, damn. Yeah, he did.
Got loose getting in.
7 to go.
Yeah, and you don't want to pull him back, but I'm sure Cliff Daniels is on the radio saying, hey, buddy, we have a big enough lead here. We don't need to take any more of those chances because...
Yeah, I jumped because when I seen him get sideways, I was like, oh, shit.
Between Larson and Hamlin, first to second.
5 to go. His cars get loose off the corner too. That's why it's.
Can he finish this deal? Seal it up. And for the second race in a row at Bristol, lead more than 400 laps and go to victory lane.
Yep. There may be a new king of Bristol, honestly. You're the way he ran the fall race.
Yeah, those monster cars, they get us confused, that's for sure.
Three to go.
Well, we talk about Kyle Larson and his dominance at this racetrack, and you talk about hard to pass. You talk about all the different things of whatever you want to talk about, but he has just made a.
Chase Briscoe trying to get the podium away from his teammate.
In another dominant day, as we see a battle for 3rd place here between teammates.
2 to go.
Gibbs and Briscoe with 2 to go.
Larson's going to see the white flag.
I know he's got to be thinking about this truck race now. I mean,
last lap.
To the sweep. Finished second. Had a chance to win it.
Well, he had 1 win this year at Homestead. Dominated the race last fall. He's going to dominate it again. Kyle Larson wins at Bristol.
The goal today was to win one for John. In the memory of John Edwards, Kyle Larson dominates.
Hey, I'm happy to see it happen to him. I didn't want to have to live those words down, so I'm okay with it.
Ty Gibbs, a great finish. Edges Chase Briscoe. Ryan Blaney.
I'm okay with it.
Into the top 5 at the finish.
I'd rather see it go down.
Byron holds the point lead over Hamlin and Bell. It's the 31st career win for Kyle Larson, 5th among active drivers, and his 3rd win at Bristol.
Hamlin, or you know what? No, I'm going to call you that, Hamlin. That was the night we were making like really bold predictions, and I literally told him, I said, no, if you're going to make a bold prediction, make a bold prediction. And that's what I said. Yeah, Chastain solid finish. The others, AJ ends up 9th. Austin Dillon, the highest finishing RCR car, at 10th. Hocevar, sadly, after the penalty, probably had a top 5 car, ends up 11th. Kyle Busch and Chase Elliott, not factors today, end up 14th and 15th. Brian Preece ends up with top 20. All the fighting he did and all the lead lap, the couple free passes he got. End up with only a couple cars out of the race too.
When he was up on the rev limiter right there, I'm like, man, we need to find another gear. Apparently he found it.
And there goes the rear tires.
Well, they didn't wear out this time. Yesterday, what a difference a day makes. Unbelievable. On a day in which we expected to maybe have to use all 10 sets of tires and be looking for more, Mother Nature greets us with sunshine, and it becomes a whole different race with only 3 caution flags, including the 2 stage breaks.
Well, that was an absolute dominant performance by Kyle Larson, something that we've seen here in the past, and this is just one of his best racetracks. You mentioned him trying to win all 3 races this weekend. He got to 2 out of 3, finished second in the truck race like you said, but you see a lot of emotion for these guys with the passing of John Edwards this week. So,
you know, when Jim Campbell of Chevrolet and Rick Hendrick decided to revive the Cup career of Kyle Larson, it was John Edwards who was put in place, not just to do publicity, but to help Larson and guide him and help rebuild his image. And now he is a champion and truly a big star of this sport. And a lot of that credit must go to John Edwards.
Well, arguably the biggest star in the sport right now. I think when you look at Kyle Larson and what he's been able to do here on Sundays and Saturdays and Fridays and during
Well, it's almost as if this team, basically Hendrick Motorsports, being able to win in the face of tragedy. And, you know, they did this at Martinsville in 2000. Well, you know, after Martinsville in 2004, they went to Atlanta and won with Johnson. So.
Larson gets the helmet off, and Kyle, what a dominant performance. You won 2 of the 3 races this weekend, but I just heard you say on the radio, we did this one for John. What did John mean to you, Kyle?
Yeah, no, this one's definitely for John. He's just a great guy here. So we're going to miss him, but successful weekend here. Wish he was going to be here with us to celebrate, but I know he's celebrating with us in spirit. So, yeah, just a flawless race once again here at Bristol for the 5 team. Really, really good car. That was a lot of fun, you know.
Well, I point out Atlanta because Atlanta was the week after the Martinsville tragedy. Corey, so that's why I point out Atlanta.
Came on really strong there before the pit cycle. And then, yeah, just kind of kept the pressure on from there. So I knew I had to make some good moves in traffic. Felt like I did a pretty good job there in traffic. Split the middle sometimes when I needed to. So, yeah, just a lot of fun. A little bit out of breath. It's just so high pace here, and heart rate's up. So, really cool. Thanks to HendrickCars.com, Chevy, Prime, Valvoline, this whole team, you know, the pit crew.
You know, Kyle would have led 2 more laps. He could have led the date 4:13. Led 4:11. He was 2 laps away from leading the same amount of laps as the date.
We don't know what to expect today. Kyle, this was not the race we all expected. What from your perspective, I mean, at what point did you realize this is not going to be a tire conservation race?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, early on, yeah, we were all kind of just riding in line like we did in the spring last year, and I was just trying to keep an eye on the track, and I felt like, you know, it was starting to get a little bit darker on exit, so I was like, all right, that means some rubber's laying down. And then people kind of got the middle working, and then we get back down. So I was like, screw it, I'm just going to go to the lead here and pick the pace up, and maybe the pace will help lay the rubber down even more. And it did, and it turned into a normal Bristol track there for us. So really played in our favor. Obviously, having the track position helps a lot. You know, if Denny's in front of me, it could be a totally different story. It'd be really hard to pass him. But glad to stop his 3-peat. We hate to see him win, so as I'm sure you guys do too. But it's just good to be back here in Victory Lane.
Good to see Kyle Larson get the win, and he does it for John Edwards.
Thanks, Jamie. Is this the budding Petty-Pearson rivalry of this century? 2 drivers, these 2, were 1-2 for 251 of 500 laps today. They have finished 1-2 7 times, with Hamlin winning 6.
I think I agree with you, Mike.
Winning today.
I think I agree with you, Mike.
Well, Mike, Denny Hamlin's
I could very well see it. I could very well see it. I honestly think that's the rivalry right now. If there's a rivalry in this sport, fan bases too.
It looked pretty easy. It was all I had to try to keep up there.
Glad we were able to give them a little bit of a run with our progressive Toyota. But this weekend we're all thinking about John Edwards' family, Al Pierce, Shige Hattori. We've lost a lot of great people in our sport over this past week, so our thoughts are with them. And I wish we could have got one more spot, but I just wanted to keep him honest there at the end. That's all I tried to do, but he just was too much to handle.
This 11 car, a lot of speed.
He ended up second, Fiver.
Going into the off week. How nice is that to go into the one off week you guys get this year?
Larson just had the dominant car. I mean, he just.
It's been a great run here.
He had the dominant car. There was.
Just got to continue this momentum.
It was going to take divine intervention to beat him today.
And you figure out how you can get just a little bit better.
Enjoy the off week. Thanks, Danny.
Thanks, Regan. Jeff Gordon among those celebrating as the Hendrick team races with heavy hearts this weekend. For more live racing, right now, switch over to Fox for the finish of the Long Beach Grand Prix IndyCar race. Kyle Kirkwood currently leading there on the streets of Long Beach. For more post-race coverage, let's get out to Chris Myers and Jamie McMurray.
Thank you very much, Mike. We are in Victory Lane, and they're prepared to welcome the winner. And for the third straight race, we've had a driver lead 240 or more laps, a dominating performance as Kyle Larson came in as the favorite with Denny Hamlin right behind him and held up. Had some afterwards, and Mike Joy talked.
Well, you can even rewatch if you want to on Twitch, Fiver, but this will go up next week. I normally post the current race stream a week later. I just put Darlington up there last night, so.
Yeah, without a doubt, and I loved Larson kind of poking the bear there, making fun of Denny, saying no one liked to see Denny win. We had Denny on our pre-race show. He talked about winning and being able to kind of harass the fans. So it's kind of fun to watch that play out. The fans obviously cheered for Larson as he said that. But man, Chris, it was a unbelievable weekend in general for Kyle Larson, as Kyle mentioned kind of towards the end of the broadcast, that almost was able to win all 3 races.
Yep, terrific.
Trying to wait for the broadcast to end up here, then I'll hop out of here.
Kansas last fall, he's standing by with our Regan Smith. Regan?
That's right, Chris. It has been a while since we've seen Ty Gibbs in the top 5, but Ty, a complete day today. You guys start 6, run in the top 5 all day long. Has to feel good.
Yeah, it's definitely really nice. We had a really good, clean day, so really happy to have that. It's been pretty chaotic start to our year, so I think we're back where we're going to run with. But really excited for the future and to get back racing after this off weekend, and I think we're really capable of winning a lot this year.
I wonder if they can keep that up.
So thank you to Toyota, Monster, Energy, and Cyber.
He's done.
You mentioned that chaotic start to the season. How tough is it as a driver when things aren't necessarily going your way, but you have had speed at times to keep your head down and keep focused and know that this is going to come?
Yeah, we've got great guys around me. I know we're capable of running really well, as we've seen. So, I don't think I'd worry about it at all too much. But thank you to Monster Energy, thank you to Mitch Covington, David Galland, Rodney, and everybody. I appreciate them and LDN, and just excited for the future.
Hamill, what'd you do?
Great run for Chase Briscoe as well. Brings it home 4th, your 4th top 10 this season. What a rebound after last week, Chase, which, as your crew chief called a disaster. How good does this one feel with this team?
Yeah, it's nice. Whenever you have a run like last week, it can go 2 different ways. You can either just dwell on it, or you can just move on from it. And proud of our Bass Pro Shop Toyota team to be able to move on from it and come here and just put it in the rear view, right? So that was a good solid day for us. That's what we needed to do. Just have a clean, solid day and have a good finish. That's what we had. Just need a little bit more to be able to be up there and be battling for the win. But overall, definitely nice to have some momentum going into the off week.
Chase, coming into this race, everybody just knew we were going to see a repeat of last spring. It was going to be tire management. As a driver, what is that switch in your mind like when this race was completely different?
Yeah, I told James before the race, I said, I really don't think it's going to do it, but you couldn't just go hard and then risk the opportunity that it was going to all fall apart, right? So it was a very unique start to the race, just how everybody was going super easy, and then you'd have a couple guys start picking up the pace, then we all would, and then I'd say around lap 50 or 60, you just started running hard, and obviously it lasted. So yeah, I don't know what the light switch is that determines if we have that or don't have that, but yeah, it was definitely interesting to say the least.
Well done. Enjoy the weekend off with the family.
Appreciate it.
Chris?
Thank you, Jamie. And you saw there as Kyle Larson. First of all, he had trouble getting the 5 car. All the groceries in the way. Once he pulled up there with his crew, with the confetti or fireworks behind him celebrated. Jeff Gordon is here as well. Hugs all around.
Yeah, and Chris, this is just the best moment for the driver, because when you do that interview on the front stretch, a lot of times you don't get to be with your team and the crew and everybody. And when you finally get over here to victory lane, you can get out. You see the first thing Kyle did was get out, go hug everybody, give them a high five. I mean, what an emotional win for all these guys. Certainly, an incredible day to pay tribute to John Edwards, and I saw Kyle get on the phone immediately. I'm assuming it was Mr. Hendrick, on the phone, gave that back to Jeff, got out and did the celebration. So what a victory lane we're sitting here getting to be a part of.
Yeah, and look, Hendrick Motorsports, Rick Hendrick, the great sports team with their dominance. No team has had more grief, heartache, has dealt with sadness, and somehow powered through with great success. The support of their drivers as time has passed it, and this was a rough one this week as John Edwards putting his face on the cars, a longtime contributor to NASCAR, but certainly with Hendrick Motorsports, right-hand man of Jeff Gordon, and with Kyle Larson as well. And when there's emotion involved, this team knows how, these drivers, to channel it in the right direction and handle that. And it was an outstanding performance from Kyle Larson and the entire Hendrick team. Let's check in right now, and we hope to talk with Jeff Gordon or more with Kyle Larson. Let's check in right now with Regan.
Well, Chris, Ryan Blaney called it a blue-collar day, and I think that's exactly what it was. You end up with your second, fifth place finish in a row. Kind of made a show out of it in the middle, though. You stayed out long, had to run long, and it actually worked out good in the end.
Yeah, it was a good, risk to take, really. I thought Jonathan did a good job of taking a chance. We weren't going to win. I was already running fifth, and at the end of the day, we got back to where we were running, which was good. But, yeah, took a chance in trying to get a yellow and try to put a bunch of guys lap down. And so really good effort. Honestly, a really good weekend by the 12 boys. I thought we got better and better from practice, which was good. Honestly, I didn't think we were very good yesterday in race trim, so they did a great job of getting us to where we need to be and getting better all day through the day. So, yeah, like you said, blue collar day. So I appreciate Menards and Richmond, Ford, Advanced Auto Parts, Dex Imaging, Body Armor, Wabash, Worth Group. Really good to kind of have a race that, like, we finished where we should. So the last 2 weeks have been good of running where we need to run with this group, having the speed in our cars, and take a little break and look forward to getting back to it here in a couple weeks.
What's it like? You anticipate one thing today, potential tire wear, and set the cars up possibly for that, and then you have to adjust on them as you go. You mentioned how good Jonathan did with that, but how tough is that when it takes place like that?
Yeah, I mean, it's, last year in this race we adjusted it just the opposite way, from what we expected. So this race, I think you saw it. It was actually kind of funny in the first run of the race. Everyone's just poking around there, right? Like, I don't want to be the first to blow a tire. And I'm running down. I'm looking at my dash for like 16.5, like way off the pace. And then each run, everyone got a little braver and a little braver. So as a driver, right, you're trying to learn, like, okay, can I go 10, 15% harder at the beginning of the run or the whole run and maybe have tire left? So that's always fun, as a driver, like figuring that stuff out. You always have an idea in your mind of how things are going to be. But when it kind of is way different like this, it's kind of a challenge for the team and the drivers. So that's always it's always a good time.
Nice job with that challenge today, Chris.
And we're back here in victory lane with Rick Hendrick's right-hand man, Jeff Gordon. I do want to mention over on Fox, Long Beach Grand Prix is continuing. Kyle Kirkwood, the leader, if you want some live racing. But a lot more to cover here, and we will, as we are live on FS1. Jeff, first of all, congratulations. And I mentioned the emotion through the years that Hendrick Motorsports has dealt with, but having to channel the loss and the grief during a week of somebody important to the team. And our thoughts are with John Edwards' friends and family. But to get the most out of your driver and win a race, you could almost feel it, that something good was going to happen here for you.
It's been a rough week, I'll be honest. I lost somebody who's like a brother to me, and so many other people that he impacted. So the outpour, I just want to say thank you to everybody that has been sending messages, making phone calls, the tribute here on the car. And I mean, Kyle obviously was very close to John, and John did a lot for him. So you could tell he was driving with a passion out there. And I was looking at that right front fender over there. That made me a little bit nervous early in the race. But what a just dominant performance. And this one is for John. And yeah, he would not want the limelight or any of this attention, but I know how proud he'd be of this performance and this team.
What are the nerves like for you as it's closing down to the end? I mean, you've been in that position. He hit the wall with just a few laps to go. You're watching that all happen. We saw Bowman have an engine issue early. Like, what's that like from your perspective?
Yeah, you just no cautions, please. But you know, he puts it on the edge and runs so hard. He was working traffic, and Denny, you know, just didn't know what he had left. And the car looked like it was edgy. That last run, I saw, you know, him working the bottom, the back step out a couple of times. So I knew that he was working hard in there, and just, you know, was just hoping that, yeah, that he was gonna be able to, you know, just sort of keep that gap so he didn't have to push too hard and make any, you know, kind of mistakes that were forced. And when he got in the he was working hard on Keselowski to get that pass, and he started working a little bit too hard, and he realized I didn't need to. So I like to see him back off there.
And he's such a talented driver who goes all out, and maybe that's, you know, you don't rein in a wild horse who's got the ability to go off and race, but certainly the whole tire management was such a concern coming in, and that's something he doesn't seem to ever worry about with his success. How did you feel about how he handled that? And that really wasn't as much of an issue, I guess, in the race.
Well, he's just fun to watch, especially at a place like this. Look what he did all weekend and Friday in the truck, and yesterday in the Xfinity car, dominating win there, dominating it tonight or today. So, yeah, I mean, you know, you have to let him be Kyle Larson and give him the car. He likes it to turn, likes it to be free, and he likes to put it on the edge. And you know, maybe sometimes it bites him, but man, you know, you got to take that, because he makes such great moves. He's such a great, you know, part of this race team and this whole organization. Puts wins up on the board and goes and win, you know, battles for championships. So this is a big weekend for all of us, and very proud of them.
Yeah, and you heard from Mr. Hendrick, I'm sure we.
Oh yeah. No, I couldn't get any reception, but I finally did over here, and handed the phone in to Kyle, and he just, you know, this one's for John, and he, you know, has so much emotion with this company, and you know, he's just really proud of that. Of course, we're a little bit bummed about the 48. We got to dive into that, but the 24 drove up there and had a good finish as well. And yeah, no, he was just really happy.
I think 15th penalty.
Yeah,
because Busch was 14th, Chase was 15th.
Has led the most laps now at the quarter mark of the season as we complete this and have the week off with his second win. More from Victory Lane in a moment. Let's check in with Jamie Little.
William Byron starts in the back and he ends up 6th, so good run for you, William. But there's a side of racing here. You guys make it look so easy, but put in perspective for people that don't understand the mental game here and the physical game of running 500 laps.
Yeah, it's just, this is the highest sense of speed place that we go. So when you're in the corner, everything's vibrating and you're trying to anticipate lap cars and you're always racing somebody. So it's yeah, it's tough. You're just running really hard. It's very difficult to pass. You basically, you try to get a couple cars per run, and if you can do that, that's a really good run. So just for us, I wish the first run could have gone a little differently. Starting 26, we just tried to save tire. Thought it was going to be that kind of race, and we just didn't really gain a lot of track position till the second stage. So kind of you know, had to grind forward from there, but really proud of our team, and yeah, feel good about the run.
Enjoy your off week.
Thank you.
Well, it was a fastest short track race in history. Only 3 cautions, the average speed 117 miles per hour. And as Jeff Gordon a moment ago was talking about what could have been with the triple this weekend, and just the skill set of Kyle Larson handling here, obviously winning the Xfinity race, and had a chance really in the truck race.
Yeah, and I would say, I mean, that's something for all the fans to look forward to. I remember when Kyle Busch, he's done it twice, and it was always fun to see when Kyle was going to be in all the races, if he was going to be able to win those. I mean, Larson has the same excitement behind him, and if you go back to Miami, that last restart in the Xfinity Series, I mean, he had that race won, didn't get the best restart, but then again this weekend, Chris, I mean, he finished 2nd in the truck race. He dominated the Xfinity race and the Cup race this weekend. It is fun, and I wanted to ask Jeff before he left, like, when do we get to see that again? When are you going to see Kyle back in a truck? Lot of fun to watch him anywhere he races.
Yeah, and he's won 2 of the last 4 Cup races. This from yesterday here in Bristol. And, you know, when I think back at his championship year, and I keep saying for a guy in his early 30s, we know about the change of teams, but with Hendrick, that he should have more championships, and maybe he will have more. But when he did have that championship year, and I remember talking to him afterwards, it was racing as much as he could, nonstop. Some people said you'll wear yourself out, but for him, he said it worked well. He was the happiest doing that, and it was successful for him.
Yeah, and I mean, like, you hear the same thing out of Christopher Bell. Like, that's what they want to do. That's their hobby. That's how they enjoy their spare time. And I think, you know, getting in those other cars, you hear those guys talk about it, it's a confidence builder. You get in, you get to race in all different circumstances. When you talk about a track like Bristol where you're running the bottom, you're running the top, and the groove is changing constantly, those guys that go run dirt cars, I feel like that gives them a little bit of an edge when we come to tracks like this. But I also, I mean, I would just say the just emotional statement that you get of just enjoying those moments.
Yep. Some people need to stay in their lane, not necessarily for Kyle Larson, who, by the way, we can't wait to see him at the Indy 500 on Fox when that rolls around next month. And IndyCar racing right now over on Fox, taking place, the Long Beach race. If you want to see some IndyCar racing, we're live, and the celebration from Bristol continues with Hendrick Motorsports, the 5-car, and Kyle Larson.
From racetrack to road, Mobil 1 Motor Oils make whatever you drive more beautifully.
An MSC cruise isn't just a vacation, it's a holiday full of European style.
And all the things Americans love too. Come on, Bloom.
There are a ton of football matches.
Games, football games. Woo! You ready for some adrenaline?
I was born ready. How high is that?
So high.
Privacy.
Privacy.
Gelato.
Froyo.
Architecture.
Sharkitecture.
That is a big hat.
It's American. Of course it's big.
What a vacation.
Don't you mean holiday?
My bad.
We should stop now.
Yeah.
With Pro Plan Sport, incredible happens here. But it starts here. Pro Plan Sport, advanced nutrition for strength and stamina.
You've earned this, so hold it up high. You might not
Well,
be related, but you're still...
it's time for me to hop out of here because I've got food. So, it's dinner time for me. Time for me to take off. I'm out of here.
Because it feels good to raise up the community.
Off week next week, so I will not be streaming next week. Gonna take the week off. So, peace, fellas. See you next week, or see you in 2 weeks for Daga. Seriously, why do I have to? I shouldn't have to do it to post on my own fucking channel. I shouldn't have to do that to post to my own channel. Seriously. My own channel. Why should I have to... Why should I have to do that? Anyway. Night. See ya.